Salutations, ghouls and freaks. Welcome to this podcast, a storm where insane slashers, undead blood drinkers, and all around crooked beans convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Mage of Madness, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening. We are
Mhm.
halfway through October. It is far too early to be halfway through October. It annoys me that we are halfway through October. October should last longer and summer should be shorter. God damn it.
And host slash scarecrow impersonator being things from pop culture has a window.
Again, I am slightly verklempt that we are halfway through October and I would rather it were about a week earlier, but alas, no. Three more weeks roughly, and then we will be in November. Which will be good because that will be Brainstormer's birthday month and all. So that I shouldn't be super complaining. Like these 3 months, beginning in October and ending like in December, um, are my favorite period of the year between Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. But that being said, as much as I love Christmas and Thanksgiving too, um, October is the time of year when all the spooky, cool, supernatural things that I'm interested in, the other 360 odd days of the year, um, are not just normal and not just commonplace, but encouraged. So I, I don't-
335,
huh?
uh, no, 334 days.
Well, yes, but in any case, um, I love how like well, Christmas and Halloween are equal in terms of, their awesomeness level. Halloween is a little bit more personal to me because again, I am a creature of the dark and spooky and liminal and unseelie and shite. So it's always been even though again Christmas and Halloween are tied for technically my favorite holiday, Halloween has always been my most personal holiday, and yes, that includes even more personal than my own freaking birthday in most cases. And someday I will spend this time of year in Salem, Massachusetts, because I have never been, and that is a travesty that shall be remedied at some point in my life. God damn it! Not to mention that honestly, that's probably where I'm going to retire if I ever actually make enough money to justify retiring anywhere. Whether it be New England or Old England, I haven't decided, but one of one of the Englands is going to get authenticated if I get enough money to retire anywhere.
Right. So there's kind of a even split between Dalton and I in terms of topics. Um, so the first one is a relatively new. We're already going back to this kind of place. Granted, this is the archive version, but uh, the Jacobin.com.
Hmm.
Because about a week or so ago, we covered a article posted on, and this is "Witches and Class Struggle" by Sylvia Federici.
Well, it is reasonable to say that things like class struggle and or like subculture prejudice had something to do with the witch trials. Let it never be said that the witch trials were primarily about anything other than the belief in witches. Because this is the thing. This is something that I hate and therefore will lead me to whining and virtue signaling. But something I hate is that every motherfucker wants to create some kind of analogy or some kind of metaphor or some kind of appropriation of the victimhood of those who were victims of the witch trials, which most of them, to be fair, were not actual witches, it must be said. However, some of them actually were self-identifying witches, and that's not something you hear about often when you cover this in grade school, but that's neither here nor there. My point is, For all that witch trial might be a useful metaphor or a useful analogy, let it never be said that the operative fear in witch trial hysteria wasn't the fear specifically of the supernatural and what the evil mind believed about witches. Yes, it is a useful analogy for when people are irrationally paranoid about all kinds of other shit, but the main reason for the witch trials, for all that other pragmatic issues might have played a role in it, like classism or racism or cultural dissimilarity and so on, or even the relationship between paganism and Christianity. The main reason why witch trials happened is because people believed some quite irrational and paranoid moralistic shit about witches, and they acted in accordance with those seemingly irrational beliefs, which in and of itself is not irrational. If you believe something that happens to be wrong or be fucked, you can't criticize them for acting rationally in accordance with those otherwise irrational beliefs. And if we are to discuss witch trials in something regarding depth, I don't want to go the full cultural appropriation route, but the people who have the most right to complain about witch trial hysteria are modern day practitioners and or the families of victims of the witch trials themselves. Those are the two sets of people who get to lay claim to the witch trial victimhood. We all love to make analogies and metaphors as and when we need to, and we all love to attribute other factors to it, and that's not imbecilic in and of itself. But let it not be said that the main thrust of the victimhood in question is not people believe some irrational shit, but they acted rationally in accordance with that irrational shit. And that is what led to the travesty known as the Burning Times. Anyway, moving forward.
In 16th century Europe, witch hunting was class war by the elite.
No.
No, wait, hold on. Accepted? No, accepted. EXCERPTIED.
I don't actually know that off the top of my head. And anyone else in the comments want to take a stab at it?
I know the definition of it, because I've heard that word before, but it has me such a
Hang on, spell it again.
EXCERPTED.
Excerpted, I think, maybe? No, that's not right.
Excerpted, damn it.
That doesn't. I'm drawing a momentary mental blank. It's going to be obvious to me in like 2 seconds when I figure it out, but I am drawing a momentary mental blank. Anyway, moving forward.
Expressive from Calden, which 2004 Autonomy Media.
Okay. Once again, while classism certainly played a role in the Burning Times hysteria, it was not the main thrust of Burning Times hysteria. For one thing, and again, this is a part of the Burning Times that people don't pay that much attention to or doesn't get brought up often in schools, but there were people who actually believed in and practiced what could broadly be termed as folk magic, which is not the same as the magic that they were accused of doing, specifically Maleficia, which, by the way, that's another thing that people don't pay attention to about the Burning Times hysteria. It wasn't just magic that was the issue in Burning Times hysteria. The term used specifically in the court documents was the term maleficia, specifically translated as malice or baneful magic, i.e., it wasn't magic in and of itself that was the problem, no matter what your grade school teacher would tell you. People did actually make a meaningful distinction between positive magic and negative magic back in the day. But point being, there were actual people who actually did practice things that could reasonably be called witchcraft, at least in the modern, more expansive sense, even if it wasn't witchcraft in the doctrinal religious sense of the time, because, and I've made this point in years and articles past, but the definition of witchcraft or maleficia or malice that the clergy of the time were going with was specifically, and I'm kind of translating between modern day practitioner jargon and the theological jargon, but the features of witchcraft as the medieval Christian church would have accepted it include a sexual component to the magic, or like Crowley style sex magic. Obviously, the actual maleficia or malice itself, the working negative ends through said medium, and of course, especially in the largest body of the witch trials, the feature that that basically was the nail in the coffin was the pact. So witchcraft, as the clergy would have used that term, means sexually derived magic that operates through the aegis of a pact with a supernatural entity, usually a demon of some description, although, funnily enough, there were many cases of people literally confessing to, I made a deal with a fairy, and the church just basically hand waved the difference between a fairy and a demon anyway. But that's neither here nor there. But yes, in order for it to be witchcraft as the clergy would have understood it, you need sexually derived magic that operates through the medium of a pact and is in some way malefic. That is what the actual doctrine of the church said at the time, and what the witch hunters, with the possible exception of the Witchfinder General, who I think everyone is almost fairly certain was just in it for the money and the lulz, basically. Were looking, but the people who cared about the actual metaphysics side of it were looking for sexual magic done to harm people, usually through the aegis or medium of a pact with a supernatural entity, which may or may not have been a demon, but would almost certainly be reflavored as a demon by the church regardless, because, well, church is going to church. Irrespective of what the accused actually say in their own defense. Although there were cases where the person claimed they got their powers through working with / for a fairy, and it let them off. And there's also the quite famous case of a guy accused of werewolfism basically claimed that there was a divine strike force of werewolves called the Hounds of God, and he got off for it. So it's not like the church was so myopically obsessed with everything I don't like is a demon that some of them didn't at least, or weren't at least open to other explanations. But in the hard and fast, like, doctrinal rules of the time, what you needed for a bang to right conviction of maleficio was sex magic, medium of working through the medium of a pact with an entity, and some malefic result blamed on the above. Anyway, moving forward.
Right, okay. The witch hunt rarely appears in the history of the proletariat. To this day,
Oh God.
It remains one of the most understudied phenomena in European history, or rather world history, if we consider that the charge of devil worshipping was carried by missionaries and conquistadors to the New World as a tool for the subjugation of the local population.
Again, don't. Okay, there are a couple things wrong here. One, the term proletariat, as you are using it, didn't come about until Marx and Engels took Hegel and ran with it. And that being the case, the term proletariat has next to nothing to do here, because this is not a affectation of even insofar as witch trials could be said to be classist, which they sometimes were, at least somewhat classist, albeit indirectly usually. The class dynamics at issue here were the dynamics between the aristocracy and the peasantry. It was not a capitalist class or an owner class versus a working class. At least not how Marx and Engels would have termed it, because this was early modern, just out of the aegis of feudalism, and sometimes even still in feudalism, depending on what part of Europe we're talking about. So yeah, no, you don't get to bring Marxist analysis into something that is feudal in nature, not capitalistic in nature. Um, it's not even classically liberal or capitalistic in the modern senses of those words. Obviously, of course, some capitalism was involved everywhere, because capitalism, unlike Marxism and socialism, were not created systems. They were discovered systems because Adam Smith, rather than trying to propose a system of how society should be run, basically did what you could call proto-sociology and asked himself the question, how does society work? And the invisible hand, and therefore the theory known as capitalism, was his findings. They were not his personal proposal. They were his explanation of, okay, this is how the world seems to work in the social realm. That's why I call The Wealth of Nations proto-sociology, rather than some kind of political tract. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But yes, it is erroneous to put Marxian terminology of proletariat versus bourgeoisie into this dynamic, because it's a feudal system, not even necessarily a purely capitalistic one. And even then, again, for all that classism might have been a factor in the Burning Times, and I'm not saying it was never a factor, because that would be stupid and wrong, but for all that secondarily classism was to blame for the witch trials, the primary reason why the witch trials occurred was because people believed some irrational foundational premises, but they took those rational foundational premises to their logical conclusion, i.e., they acted in accordance with their beliefs. Their beliefs just happened to be stupid and wrong, but they acted rationally in accordance with those beliefs. And as they were rationally acting on beliefs that were stupid and wrong, the results were hysterical and tragic, because that is what happens when you have someone who genuinely believes a stupid or wrong thing take those stupid and wrong things to a logical conclusion. Almost invariably, you wind up with basically exactly what you wound up with in the Burning Times: torture and burning and blood and death. Because that's just the end result of someone taking a irrational foundational premise to its logical conclusion, but at least acting internally rationally in accordance with those beliefs. Moving on.
Right, okay. About the victims in Europe were mostly peasant women, may account for the historian's past indifference towards this genocide. An indifference that is bordered on complicity, since we know elimination of the witches from the pages of history has contributed to civilizing the physical elimination of the state, suggesting that it was a phenomenon of minor significance, if not a matter of folklore.
Okay, once again, I'm going to have to call you out for overemphasizing the victimhood of women in this case. Because when you take all of the witch trials and you average them together, the ratio stands at 60% women accused to 40% men accused. Now, granted, a lot of people died as a result of the burning times. That's why we call them the burning times. But it must be said that the ratio of men to women who were victims of this hysteria is not so out and out hysterical that you can call it a woman's issue, especially when you consider that there were other forms of sorcery that men were accused of far more than women, things like lycanthropy and or vampirism, that would, if you factored them into the witch trial numbers, basically invert that statistic. So if you actually take the male-specific varieties of sorcery that men were accused of more than women, and you factored them into witchcraft as a term, you would find that not only was the original witchcraft statistic 60-40, 60% women, 40% men, but you would also find that if you factor in the specialized male versions of sorcery that men were more accused of than women, that number actually inverts to the point that it becomes 40% women to 60% men. But as usual, because people would rather see women as victims and men as perpetrators or morons, we can talk about how selecting out witchcraft and separating werewolfism and vampirism into separate categories, or moreover, even taking into account heresy accusations full stop, wherein the ratio of men to women becomes ludicrously lopsided in the opposite direction. You you would find that in general terms, it's a human problem, and you could seriously make an argument for more men being victimized than women. But as no one cares when more men are victimized than women, this is the mental gymnastics that historians choose to do. One, you separate out all of the male-specific varieties of sorcery that men were accused of, like lycanthropy and vampirism, and then you also ignore the actual statistics for witchcraft accusations, and then bang, boom, boom, we have something that affects majoritarily women, even though it isn't. Womp. But that's neither here nor there. I realized I hyperfixated on the whole framing it as a woman's issue thing again, but even in a classist analysis, which is what this article purports to be doing, we still have to get the feminist talking point in there. It was all the women's too. No, it wasn't. Men were accused
Milton?
only slightly less, and they were often given more severe sentences as a result, and they were actually blamed more epistemologically. Moving on.
Right. Even those who have studied the witch hunt in past almost exclusively men were often worthy heirs of the 16th century demonologists. On deploring the extermination of the witches, many have insisted on portraying them as wretched fools affected by hallucinations, such so that their persecution could be explained as a process of social therapy serving to reinforce neighborly cohesion, or could be described in medical terms as a panic, a craze, an epidemic, all characteristics that exuberate
Okay,
and depoliticize their crime.
Okay, I agree on some level with this bit in the sense that it is rather stupid to call the burning times or the witch hysteria a purely medical issue. Yes, there were things like poison ergot. Yes, there were hallucinogenics like Belladonna and Bitterari and so on and so forth involved. But here's the thing. People, especially after the fall of the Roman Empire, were basically poisoned with these kind of substances all the fucking time, day in, day out, basically everywhere that we can reasonably be sure. Because, simply put, there was no FDA back in the day, and there was no one keeping a mental track or keeping a medical track of all of these substances and their possible hallucinogenic qualities. So, even if we take the ergot theory of history into account, which, okay, fine, you still have to, the burden is still on the person um, trying to excuse the burning times using, like, ergot and so on and so forth, um, to explain why there wasn't this kind of hysteria going on all the time everywhere. Because, of course, um, even in the case where everyone in the Middle Ages was high as a kite because of things like ergot and belladonna and hemlock and bitterari and so on, even in the case of all of that, which is varying degrees of true, one has to wonder um, why the burning times only occurred in the times that the burning times occurred in, and only as individualistic, isolated incidences. Answer: because in addition to the fact that everyone in the Middle Ages was to varying degrees high as a kite because of all the various poisons, they also had an ideological reason for believing in malefic witchcraft, and they acted rationally on those beliefs, even though those beliefs themselves were themselves not rational. But if you rationally act on an irrational belief, then you're not exactly being irrational, for you are simply acting on an irrational premise, but you're acting in a rational manner. But because the innate premise is in and of itself irrational, you will get irrational results. Because if you believe crazy shit, and then you act rationally on the belief of that crazy shit, you will get crazy results. It is just simple. It's just the simple nature of the thing. So I do agree on some level with we can't write off the burning times as simply a medical issue, because there was actual philosophy and ideology behind the likely hallucinations. And even then, even taking aside the church's own ideological preconceptions on these things, and this is the bit that head fucks almost everyone who actually looks into these phenomena. There were people who actually were village wise women and or cunning men. There were practitioners of folk magic in these villages, i.e., at least in the time between Rome's polytheism and Rome's conversion to Christianity, there were people who you could, at least in the colloquial sense, or at least in the modern, more expanded folk magic sense, refer to as witches. The only difference is the pre-Christian or transitory definition of what a witch was, or what a witch claimed to be, and what the witches that were actually accused and admitted to it without being tortured referred to themselves as, and what the church thought a witch was, is again the church in their infinite orthodoxy viewed maleficia or witchcraft specifically as a form of sex magic, which they often viewed as an extension of the sin of lust that operated through the medium of a pact with a spirit who would, to varying degrees, be a demon, and was being used in order to harm people. And again, even at its most irrational, the orthodoxy of the church did actually make a meaningful distinction between that magic which was malefic or maleficia, and that magic which was divine or natural. Because there actually were people in the clergy, never mind in the peasantry, who studied magic and who performed magic and who wrote a lot about magic. Most of the grimoires we have from this time period or just before this time period were written to varying degrees by clergy and other educated persons. Magic was actually something you could study in medieval universities. Would that we could have that back. That's the one thing I want back from that period. Is just can we view magic as a valid form of study again? Can we throw the magics alongside the sciences as they were in the Middle Ages again, please? But that's me being selfish and going off topic a little bit. But yes, these things are far more nuanced than most people want them to be. But unfortunately for you, my dear, is the fact that they were also not purely classist either. They are so nuanced, in fact, that not even a classist interpretation, which I will give you is more valid than a social justice interpretation, can completely justify the burning times, because the burning times were complicated. Moving on.
Feminists were quick to recognize that hundreds of thousands of women could not have been massacred and subjected to the cruelest tortures unless they opposed the challenge to the power structure. They also realized that such a war against women carried out over a period of time, at least 2 centuries, carried out at least 2 centuries, was a turning point in the history of women in Europe. The original sin in the process of social degradation that women suffered with the advent of capitalism, and a phenomenon, therefore, to which we must continually turn if we are to understand the misogyny that still characterizes institutional practice and male-female relations.
Okay, now I'm mad at myself for giving you credit just a minute ago, because even though this article is titled Witches and Class Struggle, or Witch Trials and Class Struggle, you still fell off the edge of the social justice seesaw. Because, once again, the ratio of men victims to women victims is 40% men, 60% women. That is not a massive differential. And when you consider the actual rationales that the people who did these things used for doing them, the reason why more women were accused of the crime of maleficia was 1. Maleficia or witchcraft was considered to be an extension of the sin of lust because, in the medieval mind, the idea was that you had what was called a vital spark. I forget the word, but the word for this kind of vital spark in other contexts is sometimes referred to as the primum vitale. But in that's me getting into Latin semantics, but let's not get that far off the track. But point being, the idea of the medieval scholarly mind was that every human being had a vital spark, had a generative impulse, with what it was sometimes also referred to as, and that witchcraft was essentially a misuse of that vital spark to impact the external world rather than beget the next generation by procreating and shite. And as a result, more women were accused because women were viewed to have a stronger generative impulse because it was the woman who carried the child, and it was the one who was thought to be a nurturer inherently, and so on and so forth. And women were also thought to be prone to corruption by the demonic forces or the devil because inherently women were considered to be more morally pure than men. And the consequence of these two beliefs acting as one unit, women's vital spark or generative impulse is stronger than men's, and women are vulnerable to corruption because they are inherently more pure and therefore basically draw corruption like a moth to a flame, is more women will be accused because of the idea that women are susceptible to being tricked, for they are innocent, and women have a stronger generative impulse, therefore whatever demonic force is behind this is going to be more prone to recruiting them. So, this isn't a they just hated women girl. it was the result, honestly, of paternalistic over-infatuation with women. The idea that women are inherently morally pure and inherently naive and inherently also stronger and sexier than men in the realm of the generative impulse is what resulted in the accusation of more women than men. Now, as it happens, this while we're here, while we're examining what these people actually claimed to believe and what they acted upon during these periods, it must be once again said, for the record, that the etymology, the linguistic history of the word witch, comes from an Anglo-Saxon word which means wise women or wise, whereas the word warlock comes from an Anglo-Saxon word which meant oath-breaker or traitor. This is significant because when a woman, according to the medieval mind, when a woman was tricked into making a compact with the devil, and that was usually the justification that the clergymen used in their own heads, was she was tricked into it. She was blameless because she was tricked. Therefore, we have to punish her, not to actually shame her or dismember her or anything, but in order to save her soul for the afterlife. However, when men were accused of the exact same shit or similar shit, they were not given the same privilege of benefit of the doubt. They were called oathbreaker or traitor because the idea was that all good Christian men and women, quote unquote, had an inherent vow to God, had an inherent covenant with God, and therefore, in order for a man to willingly sign his soul away, he had to betray his covenant to God. So a man is called an oath breaker because he is breaking his oath to God. A woman is basically entirely blameless because the poor woman couldn't have known any better. And this is also significant, not just a linguistic sleight of hand, for all that would accuse me of that, because when men were accused, they were often accused of more severe crimes because the thought was that men leaded the hives or covens of witches that they led. So in other words, when a woman does something wrong, it is because a man and or the devil, who is also male, tricked her, but men do things of their own volition and therefore they are held to a greater standard of blame and more severe punishment, usually. So let us not play the feminist witch trials are a woman's issue game, please. I'm not going to go in the entire opposite direction and claim that they are a man's issue. I'm more than happy just to claim them as a human being issue or a human issue and the result of people believing irrational shit but acting rationally on that irrational shit. But let's not so I'm not going full men's rights, but if you're going to claim it as a woman's issue, I will raise my hand to speak and point out all the ways men were victimized by this very same behavior and or this very same worldview. Moving on.
Marxist historians, by contrast, even when studying the transition to capitalism, a very serious section has consigned the witch hunt into oblivion as if it were irrelevant to the history of the class struggle. Yet, the dimension of the massacre should have raised some suspicions, as hundreds of thousands of women were burned, hanged, and tortured in
Again, the ratio stands at
hold on.
60-40. Don't. Moving on. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna. I mean, if you have something else, I was gonna read the next paragraph because I think it links with this. So,
Well, okay. One, as I just got done going over probably for the 10th or 11th time on this channel, not to mention everywhere else I've mentioned it. The ratio the ratio that we're aware of stands at 60-40. 60% women, 40% men. So stop erasing the victimhood of the men who were also accused of this. Two, the Marxian lens of class struggle is basically almost entirely derivative of Hegel's dialectical view of history. But these things are modern day post hoc inventions and lenses through which to see history. They are not what actually definitively happened. You can look at things through a Marxist lens if you like, but please do not act as though your lens is the only correct lens to see the world through, because I will point out once again that these were feudal times. These were not capitalistic times. These were just a hair's breadth outside of feudal time periods. And moreover, once again, for all that classism may have played a role because people like accusing the people they don't like in their villages of these things, and the people they don't like very often were lower class. But that is just about as much as you can say with regards to how classism would have affected the witch trials. The main reason why the witch trials occurred, apart from the possibility that people were stoned off their ass on various different naturally occurring psychedelics because they didn't know how to clean their food and or they were not aware that these substances were harmful to them. Apart from the possible medical interpretation, which I agree is also overly simplistic, the main reason why the witch trials occurred is because people had irrational beliefs, but they proceeded to act rationally in accordance with those irrational beliefs, and as a result, terrible, tragic things happened because the thing that they were acting on was moralistic and hysterical and bared no resemblance to what people actually believed or practiced, and as a result, they basically strawmanned an entire group of people, and they got so hysterically afraid of this group of people that they were willing to take people who were not part of that group of people as those people. And that is the moment where you get moral hysteria. When you get to the point where you are so hateful towards a group of people or an ideology or a potential ideology that you are willing to accept examples that are not accurate examples. If you are willing to accuse people who do not do a thing of doing a thing because you hate that thing so much, that is the exact moment that you get hysteria. And yes, again, like I say, medical issues had something to do with it. Classism may have had something to do with it. But it's certainly not Marxian, and or you shouldn't apply the Marxist lens post hoc to something that is very evidently not even related to economics, apart from the fact that, again, it was the poor outcasts who very often got accused. Because, well, they were the easiest ones to accuse when people got so irrationally afraid of a group of people that they were willing to accept examples that weren't that group of people as examples of that group of people. It's similar. It's similar to how in Nazi Germany, the Nazis were so hysterically afraid of and hateful towards Jews that a lot of people of Italian descent who were not Jewish in any meaningful way at all, but looked, quote unquote, like the Jews were supposed to look, they got erroneously taken as Jews. Because the Nazis hated Jews so much that they were willing to expand their definition of Jew to anything that vaguely resembles what Jews look like.
Moving on.
Yes, moving on.
It should also have seen significant that the witch hunt occurred simultaneously with the colonization and extermination of the population of the New World, the English enclosures, the beginning of the slave trade, the enactment of bloody laws against vagabonds and beggars, and the climax in interregnum between the end of feudalism and the capitalist takeoff, when the peasantry in Europe reached the peak of its power, but in time also consummated its destruction. So far, however, this aspect of permanent accumulation has truly remained a secret.
Okay, I'm gonna go in reverse order because there's a lot to deal with here. One, feudalism and capitalism were not opposed forces. They didn't, like, capitalism didn't replace feudalism. If you know anything about the Knights Templar, you know damn well that the phenomena of banking or money lending, or what the church, I believe, sometimes referred to as usury, existed all the way through feudal Europe. Capitalism and feudalism were not contrary positions, because capitalism, as I previously went over, unlike socialism or Marxism, was not a proposed economic system. It was an emergent economic system because, frankly, that is just how transactions work. In the same way that you could call barter basically proto-capitalism, because the only difference between barter and capitalism, based on most people's inaccurate definitions, is barter uses the thing itself as the medium of exchange, whereas uh, money, or the usage of money, occurs when there is some symbolic intermediary medium of exchange. But that just goes to prove that the way of that kind of exchange occurred all throughout history and is seemingly just a factor of how humans function. Transaction is not a dirty word, and nor is it some modern affectation of capitalism. Capitalism didn't replace feudalism. Feudalism just fell away, and capitalism expanded to more parts of the world, or more parts of civilization. It always existed, though. Going back even further, though. Actually, to be fair, the witch trials were almost over by the time that the colonialism of the New World happened. Um, in fact, when it happened in Salem, it was actually viewed as something of a throwback to a previous epoch, because by the time of Salem's own witch trials in 1692 through 1693, even most of the places that had, well and truly been mind melded by witch hysteria were getting over witch hysteria. So, sorry, but your witch trials are tied into my colonialism and my age of exploration is actually null. It is not true. And moreover, even if you wanted it to be true, which I don't know why you want it to be true other than you want historical victimhood points, England was actually one of the last places to get witch hysteria of its very own, and that's mostly because King James was a complete nut job and did not take after Elizabeth I at all. He was a paranoid motherfucker who blamed basically demonology and witchcraft for everything. But even then, in England, witchcraft was actually viewed not as a religious crime, but as a civic crime. That's why in England and English colonies, the penalty for witchcraft was not burning, but hanging. It was burning in all the places where witchcraft was viewed as basically a religious crime or a theological crime. However, in places where it was viewed as a civic crime, the majority punishment was hanging, because that was the punishment for civic crimes, up to and including things like theft or rape or those kinds of things. In other words, England mostly viewed witchcraft as more of a secular crime, even though, of course, again, King James was a paranoid son of a bitch. Anyway, moving forward.
Hello, Giant Turtle. I haven't missed much. The stream wasn't working in some now. Well, okay, I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I'm gonna check it real quick.
Okay, that's very annoying. I hope we don't have to restart the entire article. Okay, so it might have been on Dragon Turtle's end, but we will know when Brainstormer returns with his own verification.
I mean, yeah, it was. Oh, yeah, you got here early, Dragon Turtle, like before we started, so that must have. It was working. Yeah.
Okay. So as in, I don't have to restate everything that I've spent the last like 20 minutes stating.
50 minutes. Okay.
Okay, but in any case, we don't have to start all the way back at the beginning, do we?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that, Dragon Turtle. I might have sent the link a little too early.
Uh-huh. But in any case, so what we have said for the last like 15 minutes was recorded, right?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
didn't it,
Okay, so
it didn't get lost in the ether somewhere.
no. It's all
Okay.
it's recording. I just think Dragon Turtle didn't refresh the page or something. And he wasn't seeing.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. That's fair enough. I just was momentarily paranoid of like, wait, are we gonna have to start over again? Fuck. Um. Okay. So yes, it was just a simple case of Dragon Turtle's computer pulled a fast one and he needed to refresh it. Okay. Hooray for paranoia being avoided. But in short, Dragon Turtle, we are covering a article that basically tries to give a Marxist analysis to the witch trial hysteria. And as you might imagine, that has me a bit on edge. But even despite being a allegedly purely Marxist analysis, it still buys the whole feminist illusion of witch trials are a women's issue. Okay. Anyway, moving forward.
Yeah. Whispering Times and the State Initiative. What has not been recognized is that the witch hunt was one of the most important.
Bless you.
Thank you. Let me start that over. What has not been recognized is that the witch hunt was one of the most important events in the development of the capitalist society and the formation of the modern proletariat. For the unleashing of a campaign of terror against women unmatched by any other persecution, weakened the resistance of the European peasantry to the assault launched against it by the gentry and the state, at a time when the peasant community was already disintegrating under the combined impact of land privatization, increased taxation, and the extension of state control over every aspect of social life.
Okay, I'm gonna deal with the actual unique failure first because I've been basically playing the MRA card every time this article tries to play the woman card every 5 freaking minutes. But addressing the unique failure first before restating my usual chestnut. The state, as you would define it, didn't exist at the time. Like the state in like the modern sense did not exist under feudalism. It was a two-part structure between the religious authorities and the aristocracy slash the crown, the regency that was the authority at the time. What we would modern day refer to as a state simply didn't exist before parliamentary democracy in places like England and of course, proper democracy in the Americas. But most of the early modern period, especially during the early modern period, that would feature things like witch trials, you couldn't meaningfully point to a single structure or a single set of entities as the state. It's anachronistic to bring up the state in relation to the witch trials, period. What you mean to say is or what you should say is the aristocracy or the feudal hierarchy, but that's not the state in the way that a Marxist interpretation requires. And once again, the proletariat, as you would define it, is a Marxian invention, most of which he got from Hegel's dialectical view of history, which I point out because both of these individuals, both Hegel and Marx and Engels, the two sets of people who are relevant to your terminology here, are about 200 years after the witch trials were concluded. And the movement from the feudal period to the early modern period was in full swing. So, no, you can miss me with all of that. You can entirely miss me with all of that because, one, the proletariat is an ideological construct that didn't exist until Hegel and then Marx and Engels. And two, the state, as you would define it, didn't exist in feudal Europe. Three, and this is where we get into the usual chestnut, the ratios of victims of the witch trials. If you take all of the witch trials that ever occurred or that we actually have on record and average them all together, which isn't to say that there weren't outliers where one side was more affected than the other, but as a general rule, the ratio of victims of the witch trials stands at 60% women, 40% men. And as I stated a little while ago, if you take into account the fact that other versions of sorcery were male specific, and therefore the majority of victims of those particular accusations were men, things like lycanthropy and or werewolfism accusations, the ratio actually flips to the point that more men were victimized. And if you take into account all other forms of inquisitorial heresy, not just the sorcery accusations, but also the various apostasy, basically all the theocratic accusations or the inquisitorial accusations, then the ratio actually lowers significantly for women and goes way the fuck up for men. But even if we were to take the numbers as they are, which I have no problem with doing because it doesn't really affect my case, even if we were to take the 60% women, 40% men numbers, which fine, okay, it must be said that the actual on the ground sentiment for the people who were accused and the people doing the accusing was actually significantly worse for men, because when women were thought to make compact with the devil, they were thought to have been tricked either by a overseeing male sorcerer who was the leader of a given coven or hive of witches, or the devil himself, who of course is a male figure. And the idea was women were victims of their own innocence, and the reason why women were considered more likely to be witches was partially because women were considered to be more pure and more innocent, and that which is innocent and pure draws corruption like a moth to a flame, and two, because witchcraft was actually viewed as an extension of the sin of lust, because the thought process among the clergy was that witchcraft specifically was a use of the generative impulse to impact the physical world, i.e. the spark of life or the generative impulse. And among the intellectuals of the time, it was thought that women had had a significantly stronger generative impulse than men did because they were, of course, the ones that carried the children. Hence, women had a stronger sex drive, which made their magic more dangerous, or their witchcraft more dangerous, and B, they were more innocent, therefore more susceptible to corruption. Also, once again, I realize for Brainstormer this is getting incredibly repetitive, but I will beat this drum until someone actually fucking listens. It is worth noting that etymologically, the terms witch and warlock tell us also something about how men and women were viewed at this time, because the word witch comes from an Anglo-Saxon word which means wise or wise woman. However, the word warlock comes from a term which means oath-breaker or traitor. The reason being, it was thought that men, women, and children in the Christian world had an inherent compact with God that sometimes began at birth and sometimes began at baptism, and that in order for a man to compact with the devil, he would have had to betray his oath to God. Women were not thought to have betrayed their oath to God in this way, though, because of the assumption that they were pure and innocent and had been tricked. Hence, when men were accused of the same things women were accused of in the witch trials, they were more blamed for their actions because it was thought that they had agency in their actions and chose to betray God, whereas women were tricked. Hence, when women were executed for witchcraft, it was mostly an excuse to save their souls. In fact, oftentimes you would hear a phrase similar to the fact of, she will experience fire here on earth so that she need not fear fire in the hereafter. Whereas men were totally blamed all the way through. Also, women often got off of their execution because they got pregnant. And so they would be given a stay of execution until they gave birth, or also sometimes just a straight up stay of execution period because then she needs to raise the child. And there was even a rationale that suggested that a woman who had made a compact with the devil and therefore was misusing her generative impulse could not get pregnant. So it was almost a, if she gets pregnant, then she's clearly not a witch some of the time. Again, that's rare and it's an outlier, so I'm not going to act like it's a totally indicative thing, but in rare cases, especially towards the end of the witch trials, there was an argument that said if she's misusing her generative impulse, then she can't get pregnant, and therefore if she gets pregnant, then maybe she's not a witch. But that's neither here nor there. Moving on.
So to be fair, when you know that it's BS because you are innocent, that lack of blame is real comfort.
No, but what I'm addressing is the inherent assumption of articles like this that, oh, it's misogyny, oh, it was a gender war, or it was a class war, or it was a X, Y, and Z, but not people actually believing in the shit war, which is not the. Basically, what I'm taking issue with is the assumption that even though these people were fully cognizant of their own intentions and wrote about them at the time, as in we have the trial transcripts and we have their diaries, even though we know that they did not hate women, and in many ways, as with so many other crimes, men were considered more liable when they committed said crimes, or were alleged to have. We know that they didn't hate women and that misogyny was not the motive under any circumstance. And in fact, much of the epistemology of the church's mindset on what a witch was often related to a almost worshipful respect for women that was then turned into, you are misusing your privileged position as a woman, therefore now we hate you. I'm not saying it would have been a comfort to a woman who had been accused that she was blameless, whereas her male counterparts were blamed. I'm saying don't try to read the minds of dead men especially when we actually have their testimony to the fact of what they believed, and they were not misogynists. And moreover, gender had very little to do with it, other than the fact that they viewed women as sacred goddesses, and they viewed men as liable for everything because men are the only ones with agency. Derp.
Yeah.
Just like everything else. Moving on.
The witch hunts deepens the division between women and men, teaching men to fear the power of women and destroy a universe of practices, beliefs, and social subjects whose existence was incompatible with the capitalist work discipline, thus redefining the main elements of social reproduction.
Again,
Hold on.
capitalism was never.
Well, I want, let's read the next sentence.
Okay.
Contrary to the view propagated by the Enlightenment, the witch hunt was not the last spark of a dying feeling.
I mean, okay, I will give you that. You get like an eighth of a point for that last sentence. It is very stupid and very paternalistic the way that the Enlightenment tried to post hoc rationalize away what the intellectuals of the Middle Ages had done. But capitalism, it was not some invented or discovered phenomena. It was how society always worked on some level. Feudalism and capitalism were not incompatible or contrary positions. Feudalism and capitalism coexisted for their entire breadth because capitalism essentially goes all the way back to barter. The only difference between barter and um and what you could refer to as modern economics is barter used the actual thing to be traded as its own signifier, whereas more abstract or capitalistic terminology used a intermediary signifier, usually money, be it metal or be it paper. But that's the only major difference between barter and quote unquote capitalism is barter uses the thing to be traded as its own signifier, um, whereas money uses a intermediary signifier. But what you could broadly call capitalism existed long ass before even feudalism. So capitalism is not this separate thing that emerged onto the scene in the year 1800 or some shit. Capitalism pretty much had always existed, and again, as I pointed out earlier in the stream, this is why I refer to Adam Smith as a proto sociologist, because he was not proposing capitalism as a way society should be run. It was not a proposal of, hey, let's run civilization by this system. He was trying to figure out how the world actually already worked. And so he looked around, he thought about it, and his conclusion was capitalism exists. Unlike socialism or Marxism or any other economic system, capitalism was not invented or discovered in the way that those systems were. It was an emergent phenomena, and all Adam Smith and company did was describe what they found already existed. But anyway, moving on.
General Marxist, capitalism still the dinosaur.
Unironically, probably yes. Someone somewhere, I'm sure. Like there are feminist scholars in air quotes that literally view the biology of flowers to be somehow misogynistic.
Okay, moving on.
Yes, moving on.
Yes. Witch hunting reached its peak between 1580 and 1630, in a period that is when feudal relations are already giving way to beyond political institutions, typical of mercantile capitalism. It was in the long iron century that almost by tacit agreement, In countries often at war against each other, the stakes multiplied, and the state started denouncing the existence of witches and taking the initiative of the persecution.
Again, the state as modern day economists or modern day Marxists would define it didn't exist at the time. What you mean is the aristocracy, and no, they didn't. Because it depends on the region and the time period. Because for most of the witch trials, for most of the burning times, witchcraft or maleficia was a theocratic or religious crime. That's why in most of continental Europe, the punishment for witchcraft was burning. But in the British Isles, witchcraft was actually considered a civic offense or a civil offense, and thereby was subject to the same punishment as all the other civil offenses, namely hanging. But even then, it was not the state that did the witch trials. It was King James and the court of King James in the British Isles, because King James was a paranoid son of a bitch who blamed demons and or witches for fucking everything. And of course, everywhere else, being as it was a theocratic crime, you need to look at the mechanics of the church, which while in many ways in the Middle Ages you could call an organ of what we would call a state, was not part of a state as we would define it. Oh, Dragon Turtle! I wish that was satire. I wish that I couldn't probably find that on Google Scholar somewhere. But alas, no. We live in a world where literally anything you could use to satirize feminists probably exists somewhere in the hoary halls of academia.
Moving on.
Yep. Moving on.
I also think it's just kind of long, so we might have to push the latter half of it to next week.
Yes, especially what with the Lotus Eaters video there.
Yeah. Okay. So we might read a few more articles and then call it there. Not paragraph. Sorry.
Paragraph. There we go.
Yeah. All right. Before neighbor accused neighbor or entire communities were seized by a panic, a steady indoctrination took place, with the authorities publicly expressing anxiety about the spreading of witches and traveling from village to village in order to teach people how to recognize them. In some cases, carrying with them lists with the names of suspected witches and threatening to punish those who hid them or came to their assistance.
Okay, I will give you some points for acknowledging that there were actually people who practiced shit, because most of the grade school understanding of the witch trials is that no one ever claimed to actually be a witch unprompted, and no one ever practiced anything that could be called witchcraft, and the church just made it all up, which is not the case. There were village wise women and cunning folk that could meaningfully be called witches or wizards in a kind of colloquial sense. Now, granted, again, the colloquial definition of a witch or wizard was a holdover from pre-Christian times and has nothing to do with the official clergy understanding of what a witch was, because in order for someone to be accused of maleficia or witchcraft, in the church's mind, you had to have basically three elements. You had to have one, some version or other of what Aleister Crowley would later refer to as sex magic, i.e., sex derived from the or magic derived from the sex drive in the way I previously described with the medieval understanding of the generative impulse. 2, you had to have the person act through the medium of a pact of some kind. Now, mind you, this pact could be through any spirit, but usually, no matter what kind of spirit the person claimed to be getting their knowledge or experience or assistance from, it would be reframed as a demon regardless. And 3, you had to have some harmful thing that you could blame on the person, whether they were actually choosing to use their magic for negative purposes or not. I.e., 1, you have the sexual component, 2, you have the pact, and 3, you have the assumed malice. That is what you needed in like church doctrine to be banged to rights considered a witch. Which became extremely funny when you consider that most of the people who basically unpromptedly confessed to being witches or cunning folk claimed to get their knowledge not from demons but from fairies. And while some of the time this actually would get someone off if their knowledge came from fairies rather than demons, later on, especially during the height of the hysteria, very often the church would just reframe that as, "Oh, you thought it was a fairy, but actually it was a demon trying to trick you or something." Never mind that many of the church folks were also into demonology, and many of the grimoires, specifically relating to how to summon demons, were written by educated people who got their education from the church. But, semantics. As Art would say, details.
Well, moving on. Oh,
Yes. Sorry. I was reading what Dragon Turtle said. See. This is the nuance here. Dragon Turtle is there were people who did claim, for example, to have familiar spirits. Granted, most of their familiars were either, according to themselves, elementals or fae. And yes, even some did claim to have demonic familiars. But in terms of the church's definition, the sex magic plus the pact plus the malefic magic, probably no. And that's and basically this ultimately amounts to two people of two different sets of people with two different worldviews. The witches or the cunning folk claiming essentially to work through partnership with spirits as people in the British Isles and other parts of Europe had always done prior to Rome's conversion to Christianity, especially if they were the village shamans or druids or witches and so on. And then the church looks at that and goes, well, that doesn't conform to monotheistic and Christian tradition. Therefore, we will reframe this as demons, and also because lust itself is a sin, we will assume that you're misusing your generative impulse by using this magic, and therefore bad. How many of you I think participated? As in, how many people accused other people's wives or husbands just to move on up in the world? Probably a considerable amount. As to how many people would have engaged in like witchcraft to get laid, that number is probably much smaller because, especially post the Christianization of Rome, you weren't exactly forbidden from being public about being the village witch or the village cunning folk or the village cunning man or whatever, but you did there's very little evidence, if any, to indicate that people actually practiced in groups like the witches sabbat that the church would later become fucking obsessed with. It depends. It depends on what you include in the sample, Dragon Turtle. We know, for example, that Gerald Gardner, the founder of Wicca, was a male feminist who basically used English folk magic traditions mixed together with the idea of um, a medieval goddess cult and the idea of the white goddess to basically act as an excuse to get laid. And yes, male feminist creates female-centric spirituality as an excuse to get laid. Imagine my shock, but that's neither here nor there. But in terms of during the time period, no. Again, group practice was rare in in a post-Roman Europe. But in terms of modern practice, outside of like Gardnerian Wicca and so on, we know that Aleister Crowley, his favorite kind of magic to do was sex magic, so it would be kind of silly not to say that he wanted to get laid. But apart from like specific examples, I couldn't tell you on the general like mass whether people did this just to get laid. Moving on.
But it was the jurists, the magistrates, and the demonologists, often embodied by the same person, who most contributed to the persecution. They were the ones who systemized the arguments, answered the critics, and perfected a legal machine that, by the end of the 16th century, gave a standardized, almost bureaucratic format to the trials, accounting for the similarities of the professions across national boundaries. In their words, the men of the law could count on the cooperation of the most reputed intellectuals of the time, including philosophers and scientists who are still praised as the fathers of modern rationalism.
Okay, I'm going to have to beat you into a wall here because you're being dumb. You framed this as though the scholars and demonologists didn't believe in any of this shit and were just doing it for the utilitarian lulls or just doing it to keep the poor oppressed proletariat women down or some shit. And no. As insane as some of their conclusions were, as far as we can tell, a vast majority of the people who were codifying what a witch was in the medieval mind, be it John Bodin or be it Jacob Springer and Heinrich Kramer, the writers of the Malleus Maleficarum, or be it some of the other people who made it their business to basically codify what a witch was in the medieval mind. As far as we can tell, and I see no reason to strawman the dead, they wrote these treatises because they believed them majoritarily. There are cases like, for example, the Witchfinder General in England, who probably were just in it for the money or the power or the simple sadistic ability to kill people with moral impunity. But for the most part, the vast majority of people who wrote on these topics actually believed the shit they spewed. We can all acknowledge that at least on some level it was shit, and we can all acknowledge that it led to a time of blood and death and burning and paranoia that we still refer to as the Burning Times for a good goddamn reason. But let's not strawman the dead. They actually believed these things, and they chose to act on their beliefs for the most part. Obviously, there will always be outliers of people who choose to take advantage, or some people who were the medieval equivalent of serial killers who were just looking for an excuse to kill with moral impunity. But for every one or two of them, the vast majority of the ethos behind the witch trials were people who had irrational beliefs but acted rationally in accordance with those irrational beliefs, i.e., they had a fundamentally broken premise to start with, but from that fundamentally broken premise, they acted as though they sincerely believed them because they did.
Moving on.
Yes, they're probably. I'm going to level with you, Dragon Turtle. I actually learned more Latin after I took Latin in college than I ever did when I was actually taking Latin because of the way they taught Latin never worked well with my brain. So off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what the past tense for Malleus Maleficarum would be. But I'm not gonna lie, there is an extremely irrelevant, trollish, Kekistani part of me that does want to open the Hammered Witch bar now. That you brought that up. Well done, you. I'm not going to do it because if I were going to open a like magic oriented business, it probably wouldn't be a bar, as amusing as that would be. Anyway, moving on.
All right, last paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
There can be no doubt then that the witch hunt was a major political initiative. The political nature of the witch hunt is further demonstrated by the fact that both Catholic and Protestant nations, at war against each other in every other respect, joined arms and stirred arguments to persecute witches. Thus, it is no exaggeration to claim that the witch hunt was the first unifying terrain in the politics of the Neo-European nation-state, the first example after the schism brought about by the Reformation of a European
institution. There can be no doubt that the witch trials were political, you say. Oh, whatever shall I do now? Oh, I know, I will doubt. Because there can, in fact, be much doubt in this way, because, again, for all that the witch trials may have also been a way to backstab your neighbors or to get back at the people you don't like in your village or whatever the fuck else, at their core, they were the result of people having incredibly irrational beliefs about shit that they didn't know anything better about, and then taking those irrational beliefs to their logical conclusion, thereby acting rationally on an irrational premise. And as so often happens when someone acts rationally on an irrational premise, it resulted in tragedy and blood and pain and death. Because, well, that is what seemingly always happens when you have someone take on board an irrational premise, but follow that irrational premise accordingly to its rational conclusion. By which I mean, the main reason for the witch trials was because the church actually believed most of the shit they said. Again, there were definitely cases where people were just opportunistic. There were definitely places where people were just sadistic, and there were definitely places where probably the medieval equivalent of a serial killer didn't get caught because he got in the clergy in the right way and used his position in the clergy to basically act as his own personal murder farm. But for every outlier of the above, there were people who actually believed in this shit. Both people who actually believed in the magic itself, the self-identifying witches, but also the crazy clergy motherfuckers who very often themselves were knee deep into some kind of magical practice or other themselves, which, you know, hypocrisy burned for the win and everything. But that's neither here nor there. The cut and thrust of this moral panic was some people proposed a irrational premise. Some other people took that irrational premise to its logical conclusion, and in the process, hundreds of thousands of people and possibly even millions of people died. As is usually the case when someone takes an irrational premise wholesale to its logical conclusion. This isn't a classist issue or a capitalist issue or a racist issue or an oppressor oppressed issue. It's just the hysterical consequences when someone takes moral superiority and moral authority wholesale and becomes paranoid about other people. That is my diagnosis. knowing all that I know about the witch trials and everything, yes, there was definitely a class component some of the time because some people just wanted to screw over their neighbors. Definitely there was a serial killer aspect because some people became priests just so they could have an excuse to kill people with moral impurity. But on the whole, it was because some ivory tower get somewhere who was so high on their Christian moral authority believed that any spiritual path other than their own was evil and were so paranoid about it that they started taking people who didn't even identify as such as examples of the heathen, heretic, witches, and so on. Moving on.
So, Stone said this to me. So if you want to blame someone for the horrendous thing we're about to watch, blame him. It has been a while since we've covered these guys. We mostly try to save them, mainly because their videos are kind of long, and we try to save them for like specials. But this is Islamic Horror War inspired the podcast for Lotus Week.
Yeah. But before then, I'm actually going to have to use the bathroom, so I will be right back.
Okay. No. Get things queued up for things like this. The Parable of a Farmer. The farmer comes home one day to find that everything that gives meaning to his life is gone. The burned, animals slaughtered, bodies and broken pieces of his life scooped out. Everything that he loved taken from him, is stolen. One can only imagine the pit of despair, the hours of Job-like lamentation, the burden of existence. He makes a promise to himself in those dark hours. A life's work erupts from his knotted mind. Years go by, the suffering becomes complicated. One day he stops. The farmer is no longer a farmer. He's arrested for wrestling his race. It is now he is to blame. He is his father. He knows in his heart he must pay. For anyone who is a fan of he played Ultron in Avengers, Age of Ultron. I can't remember his name. Well, certainly, yeah, it certainly seems that way with some people. Um, right. So now I'm going to read Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night by Dylan Thomas. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage against the dying of the light. The white men at their end will dark. If their words send forth your lightning day, do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright. Their fair deeds might have been for a green day. Rage against the dying. Wild men who caught and sang the stormy flight, and learned to race, but breathed it on its way. Neither gently into that good night. Brave men knew death, to see with blinding sight, blind eyes to blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage against the dying of the light. And you, my father, there on the sad height, look bless me now with the fierce tears I shed. Neither gentle is that good night. Rage against the dying of the light.
Okay, and I am back.
Yeah, John's also something interesting. I kind of agreed. These guys always claim that things are cynical control methods or cause the lies, right? Mm-hmm. To the point, I'm not sure they believe any sincere beliefs exist besides theirs and those of internalizing lies.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's literally we're fighting nihilists, and therefore literally everything everyone does is nihilism rather than and it's the funny thing is about these about the like tradcon religious types, very often they come from a very nihilistic viewpoint themselves. The point that I usually just refer to it as nihilism with extra steps. That's why I push back so hard against the idea of original sin, because the idea of original sin is basically there for the purpose of everything is ruined and damaged and fallen except for my one true morality, and therefore only by my one true morality can we save the world. And I'm not saying that the folks at the Lotus Eaters are themselves religious, because I think most of them either fall in the atheist camp or in the like Carl Jung / Joseph Peterson version of Christianity, where they don't actually believe that the God of the Bible exists on a fundamental level, but they basically again, it's sort of like atheism but with extra steps. God doesn't exist, but he should, almost. But as is so often the case, and part of the reason why I dislike that mentality is it very much is just utilitarian nihilism but with extra steps.
So yeah, this is Lotus Eaters. Yeah, well, I think the progressive everything old is bad and new is good is more dangerous. The right really has a in the beginning everything was good and it all slowly degrades from there.
Yeah, whether or not they believe that in the beginning was mythical or not, which is another thing unto itself. But let's actually get into it, because I don't want to talk around the Lotus Eaters rather than about them.
Right, and I also want to preference is that we are going to stop at about 10 minutes, just again for time and.
Yeah, because it's a 20-minute video, and usually the videos we respond to are shorter than that. But I will preface this by saying that because of the unique ways they get stuff wrong here, I'm going to have to spurg quite a bit, and I
will do my best when I think he's starting to repeat himself. I'll stop him there so we can move on.
Yeah, but rest assured, there will be a lot of tangents with this one.
Okay.
I don't exactly apologize, because that would imply I'm doing something wrong, and I don't think I am. But
yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think this one is more for Dalton's sake than mine, so I might not really have much to talk about except for like trying to stop Dalton from repeating himself. That's about it.
Well, the reason I try to cover these guys as and when they do stuff that's relevant to our sort of geek adjacent sphere of stuff is because, one, as I often say, I want to hold the extremes of both sides to. I want to hold their feet to the fire as and when they get stuff wrong, but also because while the podcast of Lotus Eaters aren't exactly traditionalists, and a lot of the people from the podcast of Lotus Eaters are people that I used to have a lot of respect for, especially Sargon in his 2013 through 2017 era of like Gen X irreverence taken to the clergy of social justice. They have taken what I saw as a reasonable position and ran it right into the ground, and they're teetering on the edge of being the traditionalist stereotype that I hate so much. So, yeah, it's basically an attempt to be intellectually honest by not criticizing just the left or just the right or just one kind of the right or one kind of the left, but basically criticizing stupidity wherever it can be found.
Yeah, and again, also just so we don't have that echo loop that has happened before, I will be muting and playing the video, so I will be muting right now, and it's definitely guys.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are interested.
I don't think I've ever heard of the mud flood dragon turtle. We will have to discuss that.
And I won't say that
off
sometimes
stream.
a good education
But,
is really good thing,
in any
both
case,
for your CV
Banana.
and for, let's say, your personal betterment. But there is such a thing as saturation of a particular market, and people go after that.
If it actually wants to play. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's buffering like mad on my end, and I don't hear a thing. I will try to dip out and come back in and see if that helps.
I also might have accidentally forgot to share audio, but I think you also might want to do that too, don't you?
Okay. Yeah, because it was buffering like mad. I will be back in a moment. Okay. Now, once again, into the, well, I guess it's actually jack-o'-lantern. It's not bananas this time because, well...
hold on, let me play it real quick so see if you can hear it, because you can see it, right?
Yes, I can see it now. It's the Lotus Eaters symbol there.
Alright, let me play it and hopefully everyone can.
A lot of people are interested about their education, and in a way, it's a good thing. And I won't say that sometimes a good education is really good thing, both for your CV and for, let's say, your personal betterment. But there is such a thing as saturation of a particular market, and people go after.
Yes, I heard it. It was Stelios talking about education.
Right. And this is inconsequential, ultimately. But I think I mentioned it the first time we covered a video there. But the host looks so fucking dead inside.
I mean, I'm not going to take much umbrage with them as people because that's intellectually dishonest and stupid. But
Yeah,
I will say that given that these guys are actually like in their early 20s for the most part, it does shock me how much they seem like they've already almost given up on life.
again, it's not really some. There's just some
No,
like
it's not material to fucking anything. It's a goddamn ad hominem fallacy basically, but
yeah.
there. So it is stricken from whatever record needs to be made, but yeah. As long as you were commenting on it, I figured I might as well get mine in. Anyway,
I don't really have anything to say.
Jacqueline.
Yeah, it's just starting, so I don't really have anything to say to that. Although oversaturation of education, I'm not entirely sure. Well, I'm sure he'll explain more.
He said oversaturation of a market, to which I assume he means like the portion of like religious studies or like philosophy and sociology that talks about magic, which no, Stelios, I'm sorry, but they just started honestly taking another honest look at magic again like the last 5 or 10 years, so I'm going to have to disagree with you. While I will agree with you that because of course this particular instance of this topic, someone tried to bring social justice into like religious studies or magic studies, and I would agree that social justice belongs exactly nowhere in that topic. But in terms of people actually being willing to treat magic like it's something worth taking seriously, no, I refuse to believe that just barely acknowledging it is somehow oversaturation. But jack-o'-lanterns.
Yeah, okay. Give me 1 sec.
Into the Lotus Verse. Well done, Dragon Turtle. That actually made me laugh.
So that the degree that teaches the skills that market is needed. So there is such a thing as the need to stand out. So Josh, I want to sell you a degree.
Okay.
Okay. You don't know what it is yet, but I want to say that it is guaranteed.
He's taking the piss. He's making fun of the idea that anyone would take magic seriously, which I'm not going to blow my load too early in terms of refuting that because, well, he hasn't actually gotten to the argument portion of the evening yet. But yeah, moving forward.
The issue is that it's just kind of being dragged out. You know?
Well, he's doing a bit. I'm not going to begrudge him opening with a joke.
I mean, I get it. I don't know. It's me. I prefer more straight, concise stuff than long, drawn out things.
I mean, again, I'm willing to meet them halfway because it's them trying to be funny,
But,
and
okay,
I mean, it is kind of funny, so I'll take it. I guess.
I get it. It is my personal preference. I prefer straight and to the point.
Yeah, the classic Monty Python. Get on with it. Yeah, I get you.
Anyway, one more thing again.
And away we go. To the jack-o'-lanterns.
To make you stand out and actually become a spellbinding candidate for a particular position.
I'm starting to make guesses at what this might be.
Well, I think that basically, if you think highly of the University of Exeter,
I don't.
Well, maybe it's good.
I mean, he thinks he's being cheeky by using the phrase spellbinding there, but all he's really demonstrated there is how important like magic as a concept has been to our like lexicon. But again, it's this portion of the video is just them taking the piss, so I'm not going to argue against something that's not actually being advanced as a point. So
Okay. Mhm.
To keep an open mind.
Yeah, I grew up near Plymouth, and people from Exeter, it's like the next town over. And with the way that England is, the people you hate the most are the people in the town over, right?
Yeah. So basically, I want to sell you a degree in Islamic witchcraft.
again, they're not really saying anything, so moving on. With the jack-o'-lanterning.
That sounds right up my street.
Because imagine just your CV, how it would immediately stand out. You go for, let's say, a position in the top echelons of finance. Everyone has finance degrees. They don't stand out.
I think
But
that
if
would
you
be,
saw there on the CV, MA in Islamic witchcraft.
it's like the best degree.
Okay, my dudes, it's probably either a religious studies subcategory or a philosophy subcategory, or possibly a sociology subcategory. It's not specifically the name of the degree. I wish it were the name of the degree, because again, I long for the days when the magics were studied right along with the sciences, but I'm weird. I know that. Jack-o'-lanterns.
To intimidate people, because people who are scared of Islamists would be like, oh, he's studied Islam, I don't know. People who are scared of magic for some reason, is increasing because there's loads of new age nonsense about it, and people believe in that sort of thing.
Are you sure it's nonsense?
Yes. But they might.
I mean, fuck you on that basis, but I know they're joking around, so let's. Again, I'm not going to argue against something that's not actually being advanced as a position. However, even if someone didn't believe in the efficacy of witchcraft, they could still be respectful of the philosophy or worldview or religion adjacent thing behind, like the spirituality aspect of it. So and even if someone didn't believe in the efficacy of witchcraft, which again, I mean, I've been a practicing occultist for my entire adult life, but that's neither here nor there. But even if someone didn't believe in the efficacy of witchcraft, it's still well known that people who do study it are a bit weird. Now, granted, that sort of edgy countercultural cachet is loosening because of the aforementioned New Age nonsense. Because here's the thing, guys. The New Age the term we use in the industry is fluffy bunny. The New Age fluffy bunnies are not really taken seriously by those who study magic either, frankly. Like even the Wiccans are rather dismissive and poo-poo the New Age types. So I'm not even defending the New Age types, because the New Age type ruin everything for everyone, frankly. But yeah, even if you didn't believe in the efficacy of witchcraft, you'd still probably give someone who studied it the side eye, especially if it was an Islamic variant of it. But I get that that's the premise of the joke, so I'm not going to overanalyze any further than that. Jack-o'-lanterns.
I'll read that after the next time I pause. Then, so.
Think, oh, they're going to cast a spell on me, or they can combine the two and they're going to carry out some sort of magical jihad.
But I still think that this would be good for you because you're our man of science, just, cold reason, facts. It's good to keep an open mind and also good to regularly expose yourself to different views. So I have to suggest.
Okay, this one I will spur about slightly because the assumption that he's under there is that you would need to combine Islam and witchcraft or magic, which, I'm sorry, my dude, but literally every religious substrata in the world, with very, very few exceptions, has some version or other of that religion that is spelled, magic-based or broadly could be grouped under the heading of witchcraft. Specifically, in this case, though, the term you are looking for is called sehir. It basically is the Islamic word for sorcery. Specifically sorcery that relates to the jinn, but that's getting far too into the technical parameters for this point in the video. But yeah, it's not like someone brought witchcraft to Islam. There is already a subcategory of Islam that is the magic-based substrata of Islam, just like there is a magic-based substrata to Judaism or a magic-based substrata to Christianity. In fact, if you want my personal opinion, the magic-based portion of any given religion is the bit of that religion that actually, works. But that's me being kind of controversial, I would imagine.
Yeah, okay, so I'll read, let me read down real quick. Problem is, they only respect their philosophy and those that led to it on the premise that you then follow to theirs.
Yeah, I know. But the irony, of course, is there is no natural science without occult science first. There is no Isaac Newton without an Agrippa and a Paracelsus and a Trithemius. There is no physics without magic. There is no astronomy without astrology, and so on. And there is no chemistry without alchemy, and so on and so forth. So even in the this is a passe superstition that people used to believe in the old days, yada yada yada. Even in that very narrow parameter, they still should probably have more respect for magic than they do, especially because some of these guys are religious. And I'm sorry, my dudes, but an exorcism is literally just a summoning in reverse. It's just a summoning that switched the opposite way. Just like a leaf blower can be an excellent vacuum, or vice versa. Like, if this is the problem I have. This is the problem I have with religious people who poo-poo magic. Like, atheists who poo-poo magic, that's a whole nother kettle of fish. And even they have parapsychology and noetics and chaos magic and every other. Like, there are atheist versions of magic, but the religious who poo-poo magic have not a single leg to stand on. First, because every religion has a magic substrata, and that's the part of the religion that actually, tends to work, as I previously mentioned. But also, you can't poo-poo one kind of metaphysical belief while also simultaneously holding your own metaphysical beliefs, especially because the metaphysical beliefs that are related to magic, again, are the ones that purport to have some kind of functional or mechanical aspect to them, i.e. they actually have consequences and can be said to work in some way. I.e., the most effective ritual by far in Christianity is the exorcism, which again, not only is an exorcism just a summoning pointed the opposite way, an exorcism, a summoning is just the opposite of a banishing. But moreover, in the medieval mind, most of these summoning rituals written in the grimoires are based loosely on the rites of exorcism, and most of the rites of exorcism are based on the premises of summoning rituals. So even a if you are a Christian or any other kind of Abrahamic religion and you poo-poo magic, your leg to stand on is or the ground you are standing on becomes incredibly narrow, sir or madam. Anyway, moving on.
And Charles Dalton considered that people insulting magic. Also, Dalton, the magic part of religion is the only part that works.
I mean, okay, I know I'm being controversial, and I apologize to the Christians in our audience, but let's get. I mean, the reason I'm flippantly joking like that is because most of their premise is basically mainstream Christianity is better than magic, and mainstream science is better than magic, and again, not for nothing, but when you take the magical bits out of Christianity or Islam or any like when you remove the magical backing of religion, you're basically just left with the morality or the like parables and like narratives, which is the least defensible part of any given religion because it's the most abstract and nebulous part of any given religion. Magic is the bit of religion that at least tries to have a functional or mechanical aspect to it. Just like when you remove engineering and experimentation from the sciences, you're left with the incredibly nebulous soft sciences, the social sciences, and like the nebulous moral appeals to authority. When you remove experimentation and engineering from science, you're left just with nebulous theory, and nebulous theory is the most easy to get to discount.
Okay. Moving on.
No, I'm being cheeky. It's not that I don't on some level believe that to some degree, but I'm oversimplifying my position and being flippant and cheeky and sarcastic. I'm basically making fun of myself a little bit here. I mean, is that a wrong like again, we live in a world where the most prolific kinds of science are theoretical science and the soft or social sciences, and they are often anathema to experimentation and engineering, and as a result, the sciences have been reduced to moralistic gobbledygook. And in the same way, religion, when you remove the magic bits, i.e. the bits that are supposed to have an actual practical function and have quantifiable results, you basically are left with nothing but morality and narrative.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Yep. Jack-o'-lanterns.
To you to do that, this degree is a good opportunity because by learning Islamic witchcraft, you will immediately stand out. You will get the combined.
Yeah, airport security, maybe. Yeah.
You will get the combined wisdom of the East and West in just one MA. Now, speaking of
I thought the premise here was going to be that people are taking this degree and that's silly of them. So how exactly is this degree going to stand out if more people than you would prefer are taking this degree? Like, I know you're joking around and taking the piss and whatnot, so I'm not actually arguing against your attempt at humor, but even from a level of this is supposed to be funny, your premise doesn't really work because you're making this segment basically poo-pooing the idea that people are taking this seriously, and also a big premise of your humor is this this niche is so rarefied that it will make you stand out. These two things do not go together. Either more people than is reasonable are taking this degree, therefore you will not stand out, and that's something that should be, maligned and poo-pooed and woe to the inhabitants of the Western world and so on. Or this this degree or this subcategory of degree is so rare and silly that we can mock it by saying if you have it, you'll stand out. You can have one of these, you can't have both of them and have it logically make sense. And jokes actually are a logical exercise, so they do have to make some kind of sense on some level. Sorry. Moving on.
the wisdom of the East and West, you could basically go to a website, subscribe for £5 a month, watch all our premium content, and watch things like Symposium 27 that we did with Carl and Bo on the Epic of Gilgamesh. Yeah.
No comment. This is just them shilling their wares, and as a fellow YouTuber, I see nothing wrong with the shilling. Because, well, YouTuber's got a YouTuber.
Yeah. I got 7 minutes left. Of the video, not of the time we're covering it.
Yep. Banana. Or jack-o'-lanterns, rather.
I could have said such a really dumb and kind of fucked up joke.
What's this now?
I'll save it for later if you do it again.
I see. I think I know where your head is at. Namely, right between your goddamn legs, but that's neither here nor there.
This was a really interesting episode. Now, let's go to the University of Exeter. I saw some articles about it, and I thought that, maybe they were misrepresenting what was going on, maybe tabloid journalism. But it turns out it wasn't.
I mean, yeah, it's in my opinion, fortunately, people are slowly but surely beginning to get what I jokingly sometimes refer to as glowing pilled on the basically revitalizing the study of magic. Now, if only we could get it to the point that the study of magic was respected for its own sake and not for the sake of some kind of political gobbledygook or social justice, which the one thing I will agree with these guys on is, however, I might be grateful for the resurgence in magic studies as a field that people actually take somewhat seriously. The fact that it's politicized and used as a tool of social justice, which is an ideology that I find to be moralistic and shite, is a problem. And to those people, I would say, get your social justice the hell out of my magic, in the same way as I would the traditionalist Christians who want to stick their bullshit in the middle of everyone else's shit. Magic should stand on its own legitimacy, rather than having to be basically someone else's human shield or ideological shield. Magic is not a political tool, or at least it should not be. Make magic non-political again. Because insofar as I believe that magic actually exists, it is something to be taken seriously for its own sake, just like science or the humanities. And insofar as it is something to be taken seriously for its own sake, I refuse to have it be treated like some kind of ornamental, some kind of ornamental purse puppy for other ideologies. Magic is valid for its own reasons and for its own sake, and I won't consider it a win until we actually get back to that point. Moving on with the jack-o'-lanterning.
Yeah, let me mute. NMAA, make magic apolitical again.
Yes. Chad, yes to this. Magic should be symbolic of nothing but itself, in my opinion.
They weren't. Now, it says here, impact of witchcraft and the occult feature in one of the UK's first postgraduate courses in magic.
But the thing is, a postgraduate course may only be a year. So spending a year studying, the sort of sociology and anthropology.
Yeah, but there's only so much you can actually understand about something from the outside, looking at it from that utilitarian perspective of why did people believe this. Again, it goes back to what I said earlier to the frickin' classist bitch there. There are some things about ideologies that you can only understand by actually understanding those ideologies. Sure, there might be pragmatic, practical, utilitarian reasons why people believe some things, but for every one of those, there are some things that are simply down to people believe this because they are convinced of it, because it makes sense to them. And that's not down to some kind of utilitarian, well, they're convinced of it because they need to be convinced of it for personal psychological reasons. It could simply be that they find it to be accurate to the world in some way. Now, mind you, this is in the context of someone trying to use magic as a social justice tool, and I will not ever be okay with that, because again, magic should stand on its own 2 feet for itself and be symbolic of nothing but itself. But, on general premise, there are some things that you can only understand about an ideology by engaging with the interior of that ideology. Or there are things you can only understand about a worldview by engaging with that worldview. Sure, you can read, for example, some atheist spouting Evo-psych about why Christianity appeals to people, or something like you can learn some things about Christianity by reading Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion. But there are some things that will only make sense to you if you're learning about the history of Christianity or the impact of Christianity by reading some Christian writings. And in the same way, sure, you can make an argument as to what, the pragmatic, utilitarian reasons why someone might be convinced to follow magic for like cultural reasons or psychological reasons or whatever. But some of the things you will learn, some of the things you need to truly understand why magic makes sense to people can only be addressed from the perspective of, I am going to read some goddamn grimoires, basically. Anyway, moving on.
Right.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Then, Turtle, wizards rise up. You have nothing to lose but your ward. Actually, that's not important to keep your ward.
No, I'm not. I am not claiming that the like occult community or the magical community are some oppressed minority, because frankly, we don't need the ethos of oppression to be valid people. I think if and when magic is given a fair shake in the modern world, it is going to be able to stand up for itself. It doesn't need victimhood points to make it seem more legitimate than it is. Because I think the dismissal of magic or like magical studies as a field of human intellectualism in the like middle of the Enlightenment was a mistake, and that science is actually worse off for just writing off everything metaphysical. But yeah, no, I'm not leading some kind of magical revolution. There are plenty enough people who try to basically frame magic as an extension of Antifa somehow, and those people can go fuck themselves, because again, because magic is something real and should be taken seriously, in my opinion. I don't like it being trivialized as a political tool or purse puppy.
That one.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
And theology, looking at things like witchcraft and Islam, that might actually be quite a reasonable thing. And I actually think that this sounds genuinely interesting. I'm not even being facetious. I would like to study this.
So let's see. Let's work together and see and do our due diligence.
Good for you. You're almost there. You're almost to a reasonable position. Like that is something I noticed the first time I watched this. I was fully expecting full on dismissal because the Enlightenment but I think I think the worm is turning. Even for people like this. I might actually live to see the day where the magics are respected along the lines of the humanities. Maybe. It's going to fucking be a while though, because again, it's this like outsider utilitarian perspective that he wants, like the idea of why were people convinced of this obviously wrong thing, rather than what rationale led them to believe that this actually existed. Like he's almost there. He's almost a real boy, but not yet.
That one.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
It says an innovative new degree shows the history and impact of witchcraft and magic around the world on society and science. Academics with expertise in history, literature, philosophy, archaeology, sociology, psychology, drama, and religion will show the role of magic on the West and the East. These are some.
No comment. That makes perfect sense to me. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Beautiful sentences. Because, I mean, it doesn't say these people, they just keep it real. They don't say the impact of beliefs about witchcraft and beliefs about magic around the world. They say the impact that witchcraft and magic has had on the world.
Well,
because that would be kind of a redundant way of phrasing it. Because just like you don't say beliefs about Christianity, you say Christianity, the proper noun, the word. So too, magic as a general rule is something that okay, what he's asking for here is something akin to asking for the phrase beliefs about the culinary arts or something, because just like every culture has their own unique variation on like food, on culinary etiquette and mechanics and so on. You know, soul food versus Michelin star shit versus French peasant food versus you can go to every culture all around the world and they all have a different take on food or a different take on any different kind of religion. So too, almost every culture, barring those that exist in isolation that we don't really have any contact with at all, and we can't verify therefore if they do or don't, every culture has some vector of their civilization that was impacted on whichever version of magic they were believing in, be it the Norse like Seder, be it Islamic Sahir, be it Jewish Kabbalah, be it Christian theurgy of every different kind, be it the stuff from the Greco-Roman magical papyri, and on on it goes. Like it's redundant to the point of silliness unless you need for some reason for there to be that level of dismissal. Like, ha ha ha, people believe in stupid things. Yet no. Again, if indeed magic is a stupid thing that is stupid to believe in, then literally every culture, up to and including the modern Western world, has believed in some version of this allegedly stupid thing. And if we truly want to dig down deep and label all of the potentially stupid things that people have ever believed, we will be here all day and the label maker will run out of juice, my friends. Because literally everything that any human has ever believed is stupid according to the opinions of every other fucking human on Earth.
Yeah.
Jack-o'-lanterns. Yeah, I know, but even
value
within their alleged culture, Dragon Turtle, there is plenty of history of magic and magic adjacent belief systems. So it's what they're asking for is overly pedantic and overly silly, frankly. Moving on.
The value of weird girls who spend too much time on Instagram and believe in magic, their money is still just as valuable as anyone else's. So I think selling it as, yes, you're going to learn magic, but not just any magic, Islamic magic, which is the most explosive of all.
I don't know. It is not just Islamic.
My dude, you do realize it's not just weird girls on Twitter or Tumblr or whatever. And again, even in the modern day, even amongst other practitioners of magic, there are few people on this planet that are more maligned than fluffy bunny new age coffee shop Wiccans, basically. Like the kinds of people who think they're witches just because they collect
So-
crystals and add herbs to the bath and shit.
Sorry, I mean, look, I'm not like a magical practitioner, but I am friends with one and I've learned a great deal about magic. From.
Mhm. Mhm.
I was here to say hello. That was kind of cute to say hello.
Yeah, ahem. Yeah, definitely an ahem moment because again, I have studied magic for more than 17 years, and that basically encompasses my entire adult life.
While I myself never see myself practicing it, I have a respect for it because honestly, going into it, it's actually a really in-depth. Like I've made this argument before, and don't feel free to very much disagree with me. But
Mhm.
everything I've seen of it, everything I know of it, briefest example, not examples, but briefest knowledge about it, not as in depth as yours is, obviously.
Mhm.
I kind of see it as sort of a scientific formula, not trying to base it on. But what I mean is like the the sigils, the writing, the research, there's a lot there, and I'm basically
It's a rational system.
yes, it is very credible, and it should be treated with respect. That is basically what I'm saying. I'm not saying
Yeah.
I'm not trying to devalue it by saying
Yeah, I know you're not pulling the Arthur C. Clarke nonsense,
no,
which
um,
but yeah,
but
and
sorry,
and-
one other thing is like looking in history, like actual history of the world and stuff. There have been people that have been known to, like actual legit people who have actually studied magic and were well respected in some form or fashion. Like big examples I can think of off the top of my head. Marie Laveau, the Voodoo Queen of New Orleans. Aleister Crowley, kind of.
well, the respectability of Aleister Crowley is dubious in the extreme. But I'll give you a couple other examples. Even in the 20th century, even as he was a child of the 20th century, Albert Einstein studied alchemy in his free time. Obviously, there are more like culturally acceptable examples like Newton, because Newton existed at a time when magic and science were still close knit with each other. But examples like Albert Einstein still studying it after all this time. But even then, we don't need to get into the like we don't need to get into the authority of certain intellectuals, because that is an appeal to authority, and that's bullshit. But point being, whether you like it or not, the systems of human society were formed by the beliefs, by the worldviews of various different kinds of magic. And most of what we consider the rational sciences would not exist if it were not for the magics. First, there is no chemistry without alchemy. There is no astronomy without astrology. First, there is no physics without ceremonial magic, and so on and so on and so forth. Not to mention that for the vast majority of history, especially medieval history, the like academically official doctors were less good at curing people than the wandering village apothecaries. But anyway, let's moving forward. Jack-o'-lanterns.
One. I was also going to bring up John Domingo, the Black Constable of North Carolina. Though I'm not.
The problem with bringing up people like Marie Laveau and John Domingo to these people is they are looking for some scientific TM rational credence to magic, and so that's why I went for people like Albert Einstein, because that is something that they would reasonably accept as someone to be taken seriously. They would view someone like Marie Laveau as historic at best. They would view her as a political figure, as in she helped the poor downtrodden slaves during the 1800s and so on. And the same is probably true of John Domingo. They wouldn't lend her the kind of rational credence they would lend to somebody like Einstein, or, as another example that just popped into my head, the guy who actually developed the first solid rocket fuel and worked for NASA during the advent of the first moon landings and so on. The guy who developed solid rocket fuel was a Thelemite, and Thelema was the quasi-religion that was developed by Aleister Crowley later in his life.
All right. I think. Also, I think just trying to boil everything down to a science is my own personal thing. And I think it has credence here, mind you, but personal opinion of trying to boil everything down to a scientific explanation kind of rescinds the amazement and wonder of the world.
See, I don't know about that, because, and I'm not trying to convince you one way or the other. I know that's something that you hold to. I don't know about that because, in my opinion, magic itself is a rational way of.
No, okay. Let me explain what I mean.
Okay, sorry.
We're having a disconnect there. I'm not saying trying to make things rational makes the world lose its wonder. What I mean is trying to make it analytical. Basically, trying to disprove something is just through scientific method.
Which actually nominally is something that should be logically impossible. It's impossible to prove a null premise, but that's neither. I think I get what you're saying, and I will try to rephrase it. And if I'm strawmanning you, you can tell me to fuck off. But basically, and this relates to something that I've noticed, science isn't okay with just existing in its own sphere, the scientific sphere, and leaving well enough alone, and leaving other vectors of human endeavor to their own devices. Science has this tendency to try and eat everything, i.e., everything within the scientific worldview and nothing outside of the scientific worldview. I think that's kind of what you're getting at.
Okay, so kind of like two examples, right? Yeah, this doesn't technically relate. This is kind of just my general feeling of like people who try to say like gods don't exist or aliens don't exist. From a logical perspective, relating to the aliens, right? Given how vast and expansive the universe is, right? There is no true possibility that we are the single sentient creatures in it. Even though we have not come in contact with them. There is no...
Yeah, it's mathematically impossible for there not to be other sapient life in the world.
Universe. Yeah. And same with like gods or magical creatures. I mean, the fact that there are so many stories and detailed logs or records Oh,
Yeah, the fact that we have an entire legacy of dealing with these creatures for all of our history should at least count for something.
and just because we can explain some things like weather phenomena and stuff via science does not mean that there is also something else there, like a god that killed that element or something like that.
Well, and even aside from the entity issue of this whole thing, very often modern day science, and funnily enough, this is something the Lotus Eaters will criticize as well, and good for them for criticizing it. They will criticize the idea that science has basically become an orthodoxy unto itself. It's basically become a filter or a worldview that filters out everything it doesn't want to hear and refuses to look for the evidence of things other than itself. And I agree with that. But the thing is, I think the Lotus Eaters and company would make the claim that that's an entirely modern, as in within like the last 20 years phenomena. And as someone who has studied history a fuck ton, especially in relation to magic, the reasoning behind the discountal or the discounting of magic as a valid field of study, back in the day, at the turn of the the transition period between the burning times and the Enlightenment, was basically, we don't see evidence of this. And that's fine and all. But at what point do you reevaluate a claim because more evidence of that claim has manifested in the interim? Because it's not like we don't have scientific adjacent fields like parapsychology or like noetic science or like and this is more on the magical side of things, but like orgone or remote viewing, or as in there have been military studies into things like remote viewing and ESP and so on. And of course, on the strictly atheistic side of magic, you've got chaos magic, which literally takes magic and combines it with the mathematics of chaos theory and psychology. So, being that as it may, I accept that at the turn of the Enlightenment, science as it existed back then did not have enough evidence to lend any credence to magic. But at what point do we look at the new evidence and change our position based on that new evidence? Because it used to be believed that the herbs and remedies and things that witches and village wise women and cunning men used had no curative value. We have since learned a great deal about herbal medicine, be it from modern day Western sources or from Chinese sources, and we were wrong about those concoctions having no curative value. We have been wrong about the nature of dimensions, and modern day physics and mathematics have proven that. We have been wrong about the visible evidence of the soul. There's literal auric photography and so on and so forth now. And at what point does the evidence mount up to the point at which we have to reevaluate and say, okay, we didn't have the tools or the epistemology or the rationale to justify how magic existed back in 1700, but it's not 1700 anymore. We have more mathematics, we have more science, we have more data on these things. So can we then reevaluate our original claim? But no, it's never we need to reevaluate our original claim, or we need to look at these things in context rather than looking at them each in isolation and looking for disconfirmatory evidence for each one individually rather than taking them all into account and going, hold on, if you combine this, and this, that might mean that the magic users had a point and so on. But that's neither here nor there. Let's get back into the Lotus Eaters doing Lotus Eaters things. Dragon Turtle, as for your science is a method thing, here's the thing. Science is not just a method. It is also that method in the context of philosophical underpinnings. Materialism, empiricism, naturalism, the idea of the veil of perception, and so on. Logical sufficiency as opposed to logical necessity, as in mathematics and science. Mathematics can be used in science, but mathematics is not technically part of science. Technically, neither is engineering. Engineering is also technically separate from science as a body of theories or a set of models. And that's where I disagree, because one, the scientific method is not only found in science. Two, science as a study or science as a field of human endeavor is not just a method. It is also the philosophies and assumptions that underpin the conclusions of the method. But in any case, science is not just purely someone came up with a method and that method yielded results. Therefore, science is at least partially philosophical in nature, and so much of the differentiation between what you could call science and scientism, the distinction between those two things is science notices that it has a method, refuses to. Very often, the distinction between a scientist and a believer in scientism is a scientist will conclude, or rather, a believer in scientism will assume that the philosophical underpinnings of science do not exist and or do not matter and or are only the result of the method, and therefore will use that as a reason for excluding anything that is rational that isn't scientific. I don't agree. I think you've been talking to Chrono for too long, because this is a point at which he and I fight each other regularly. The method is not the whole of science. In order for science to be a separate thing worth discussing, there is a philosophical underpinning that includes things like materialism, empiricism, physicalism, naturalism, etc. And therefore, science only matters within those contexts. But that's neither here. But that's neither here nor there. Moving forward.
Sorry, I had to
Okay.
deal with something real quick. So.
Yeah, you're okay. Me and Dragon Turtle were arguing.
What else is new?
But yeah, but jack-o'-lanterns.
Magic, but I think it's done on the Institute of Arab and Islamic Studies. So I think that you should definitely go for the Islamic kind of witchcraft. Yeah. So here
I am going to turn my wife into a goat. They love that.
It starts next September, so you have about a year to apply. And
Were it not for the fact that this is almost certainly inculcated with all sorts of social justice, I would actually consider taking this online. But unfortunately, it is almost certainly going to be inculcated with social justice, and I am not going to be indoctrinated into social justice, and nor is
Okay.
my understanding of magic.
I don't know, you got anything to say? Shall we speak?
Mhm. Jack-o'-lanterns.
I'm
Ideal.
sure there will be a part-time option. I think that for people in the UK, it's around £12,500 per year. If you break it in 2 years, most probably you'll have time to do this and also pursue your other interests here.
And I'd be able to go to my home county.
Nothing to comment on here. They're just taking the piss.
Of Devon. The only problem is I'd have to go to Exeter of all places. Ugh.
Well, let me just also say this. Professor Emily Salove, who leads the course, said this MA will allow people to re-examine the assumption that the West is the place of rationalism and science, while the rest of the world is a place of magic and superstition.
That's
Obviously I agree with this because yes, that is stupid. Also, one little criticism I will have for the doctor herself. Magic and superstition are not the same thing. Not even remotely are they the same thing. There are many philosophers from ancient Greece who were polytheists and were users or believers in magic, but that also criticized superstition. Magic and superstition are not the same thing. In fact, I would argue that superstition is what is left over when you remove the magic from spirituality or religion. That's why it is important that magic be there. Because again, magic tends to be the bit of a spiritual system or a metaphysical system that actually has a functional or rationalistic nature to it. But anyway, jack-o'-lanterns.
I'll read that in a minute, Carl. Give me a second on that.
the proper straw man, isn't it? What?
Yeah, but I'm in a trolling mode. I'm not going to take it seriously. So magic and the occult have been and remain an enormous part of Western culture, and it is foolish to deny this or to refuse to take it seriously. Rigorous study of these subjects allows us to re-examine the.
Those statements are objectively true. It has been and continues to be, and it is foolish to act as though the Enlightenment owes no fealty to the Renaissance, and the Renaissance itself holds no fealty to the medieval studies of things like sorcery and magic and so on. Ain't no Isaac Newton without a Agrippa or Trithemius or Paracelsus. So yeah, I tentatively agree with this person. Now, granted, they probably would take it to a point of, and their form of social justice, but I don't need their form of social justice to make the case. That premise in isolation is true. Whether the academic in question chooses to conflate it with social justice and other oppressor-oppressed based Hegelian nonsense is a completely separate issue. But that premise in and of itself is true. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Well, I want to read Barry Charles' comment. Honestly, I suspect they are legitimately discriminatory against Islam. Not 12, yes, but I'd hazard to say it's in culture outside of theirs. Like they think the best thing for the world, unironic return of the British Empire.
Yeah, it's literally everyone prior to or outside of. I'll be charitable to them and assume they would include like Greco-Roman period, but even then, very specific parts of the Greco-Roman period. They're not going to be extolling, for example, the virtues of polytheism or animism as they relate to the Greco-Romans or anything. But outside of the Western canon, I think you're right. I think they do basically assume that literally everywhere else and every other part or time in human history was a time of like shamanic barbarism, basically. Except of course for the part of the world that existed between the Tigris and Euphrates, because those are the origins of Abrahamic religions, don't you know? And those are the quote unquote foundations of our moral sensibilities. Yeah, just the whole that whole thing.
I go further, specifically British.
No, I at the very least they tried to appropriate the stuff that was good or rational about the Greco-Roman period. So I'm not going to strawman them in that way. I'm not going to assume that they were literally like society was barbaric until William the Conqueror showed up. I will, however, see that also again, things in the Western canon I think is probably the best way of putting it. Because there are plenty of things outside of Europe that are nevertheless part of the Western canon that they would lay claim to on some level. To varying degrees of success and with varying degrees of intellectual honesty, I will give you, but I would say this is more of a Western chauvinism thing rather than a every culture that isn't ours are a bunch of shamanic nomadic savages. Now, I could be wrong. They could look at this and chad yes to everything you just said, but and do so unironically rather than just joking. But until I have evidence to the contrary, I'm going to be at least somewhat charitable to them. To be fair, I've never seen them go full you stupid Yanks yet. I have seen them attack the ethos of America, like for example, particularly Callum likes to bitch and moan about how Americans need to stop viewing themselves as the great American melting pot and accept that they're a separate entity, which no, that is anathema to the ethos of our country in the same way that telling British people it's the 21st century, get over the monarchy already would be just as anathema to their ethos. Part of what makes America great is that we are descended from the British or English you know, the English culture, and we took the best bits of English culture and married it with all the other bits and pieces that have accrued to us over the centuries. And no, we will never stop viewing ourselves as the great American melting pot or the like modern day rebirth of Rome, because those are crucial to the ethos of this country. You red coated bastards.
Anyway.
Yep. Jack-o'-lanterns.
relationship of humans to the natural world and of different human cultures to one another. And it is staged here. It is housed in the Institute of Arab and Islamic Countries. We acknowledge the profound debt of Western culture and science to the Arabo-Islamic world, a history that has been erased in creating our...
Okay, that's at least partially true because much of the ancient Roman understanding of mathematics and proto-science was preserved by the proto-Islamic world. Granted, it mostly burnt itself to the ground as soon as Muhammad showed up and people started being converted to Islam, because Islam genuinely wasn't good for what was once called Byzantium or the Eastern Roman Empire. And that's a point I will probably agree with them on, is while the Islamic world certainly did preserve and expand on what you could call proto-science or proto-Western culture, and that is worth preserving and so on. As with so much of civilization, that part of the world was better off without a hardcore Abrahamic monotheism strangleholding everything.
Luna?
Yep. Jack-o'-lanterns.
that has been erased in creating our false picture of the West as uniquely rational. This is the biggest straw man. But still, anyway.
I find it interesting that it's housed in the Arab and Islamic studies, because most people who study that are Arab and Islamic, which is kind of strange. It's like
again, I can see the roots of social justice eking themselves in here, because it's becoming a we have to defend the Islamic way of doing things sort of thing. So that point I will probably agree with the Lotus Eaters on is unnecessary, but it is delusional to say that the Western world is the only rational part of the world that has ever been, or some shit. Or even that science is the only way to be rational, which is the other portion of that straw man.
Even old New York is once you Amsterdam, I can't say people just like it there. God damn that. I mean, honestly, that is one of the few earworms that I don't mind being in my head. Central.
Even old New York was once Amsterdam. Yes, thank you, Dragon Turtle, for that evocation of Istanbul was Constantinople. Now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople.
That is such a good song. Anyway, I don't really have to say because I did kind of cut them off mid-point, so.
Yeah. But yeah, Jack-o'-lanterns.
Which is kind of strange. It's like people who are fluent in English studying English, and I take the Hank Hill position of you speak English, you don't need to study it. I mean, you can probably learn, how to teach it to other people maybe a bit better, and learn details about the linguistics of it. But
okay, this is completely irrelevant to the whole witchcraft thing, but dude, do you not know what the state of literacy and fluency is in any English-speaking country? Because I hate to burst your bubble, but actually no, English is something that English-speaking people should definitely learn, especially early in life, because otherwise it's in the modern day First World West. If it weren't for English classes, people would unironically be using texting lingo IRL more than I just did. Not to mention spelling, not to mention grammar, I realize this might be a little bit of a straw man of his position here, But taking that joke at face value, that you stand the Hank Hill position of you speak English, you shouldn't have to study it, that implies, at least loosely, that you basically want to avoid studying English literature, period. So no Shakespeare, no Chaucer, no George Orwell, no Ray Bradbury, no nothing. Which, again, I realize that might be a straw man of what you think, but there are people, some of whom may well be in your audience, who will take that position of yours that you jokingly just adhered to, the Hank Hill position, and shed yes it to the point that we no longer get to talk about Shakespeare. And as and when that happens, and then you will bitch and then the funniest thing will happen, because you will bitch and whine that people have lost the cultural fluency to know who Shakespeare and Chaucer were, and you will have only yourself to blame, because frankly, yes, even aside from learning grammar and syntax and proper vocabulary and so on, also that brings up another point. If you take that Hank Hill position of yours, even without the get rid of English literature straw man that I just possibly concocted, that basically means that no human being will have a greater vocabulary than they inherently do, basically just colloquially, which means no vast or complex words, no etymology, no creation of new words or concepts, and basically every dictionary in the Western world would be burnt if we truly take your Hank Hill position to its logical endpoint.
So Nigel brings up a good point. Also, have they seen different ways people speak it, just in different parts of America, let alone the English here? The need these classrooms speak the language from splitting. Sorry, we will misspell here.
Yeah, and that is also a point. There's already a drift between the kind of English that Americans speak or Aussies speak and the languages in jolly old England. Not to mention the regional dialects of places like Yorkshire, Devon, Cornwall. Like name a British or name a county on the British Isles, and I guarantee you the English is specialized to a particular point. So yeah, let alone all the different subdialects across America, which is a much larger country with a lot more actually meaningfully diverse ethnic roots and cultural roots, and therefore has take your garden variety, Pennsylvania or New Yorker, and drop them in the middle of Nolans. There's going to be cultural drift there. Or take them and push them up the opposite direction and put them in Canada somewhere. There's going to be drift there, and on it goes. Not to mention that English is in and of itself a mongrel patchwork language that owes a little bit to the Anglo-Saxons, a little bit to the Celts, a little bit to the Germans, a little bit to the French, and on it goes. Like, seriously, if nothing else, the fact that we teach English speakers to study English is a sign that we like historical continuity, because English is rather uniquely as a language, rather uniquely as a language, a time capsule of the various cultural impacts that we've had throughout history. But anyway, that's immaterial to them poo-pooing the study or taking seriously of magic. So back on point.
Really?
Jack
Spending
Legends.
3 years of your life, maybe even 4, maybe even 5, studying something that you're familiar with?
Well, you get also plenty of good skills. Let me just say, The course will allow students to enhance skills including creative thinking,
Mhm.
analytical thinking, because
You study things that you're familiar with because you don't know everything about the things you're familiar with. That's literally like that's literally like saying someone education should end at like elementary school and they should do no learning or autodidactism outside of the classroom or some shit. That's like saying no blacksmith should ever go any higher than a journeyman level. There should be no expert blacksmiths or expert contractors or expert electricians or expert anything, because why would you want a more in-depth or more thorough knowledge of something that you're familiar with? Or why would you want to learn more about a thing you're already passionate about? Dickhead. Not to mention that last bit of, people actually like learning more about things they already know because they like the things, or at least they should on some level like the things they know to some degree, or should find some kind of passion in life. Oh, god damn it. Not even serial to the point. It's just another case of the Lotus Eaters being so traditionalist they wound up in almost caveman territory. But jack-o'-lantern.
reading spells and stuff, it's difficult. It's not very easy.
Of course.
I've tried
Bitch,
so
you
many
have
times.
no idea.
Curiosity and lifelong learning,
You learn curiosity. don't you?
resilience, and also flexibility and agility.
What, to get into the Department of Islamic Studies?
Again, I know I made the joke while they were still talking, but bitch, you have no idea. You think reading political philosophy is difficult? Let me introduce you to the Greek magical papyri sometimes. Or like these. Oh god, this is so like this actually. It takes a lot for me to be offended, but this actually might offend me. Like genuinely, and here's the thing. Even if you just view magic or occultism or like esotericism as a subcategory of like philosophy, it is a very, very rarefied and elaborate version of philosophy. So yes, you do need to know flexibility if you want to know anything about magic, because as I've gone over already, there is a version of magic in some variety or other in every culture or subculture on this planet. Even the atheists have, parapsychology, noetics, and of course chaos magic. So like, yeah, you do need to be of a philosophical bent in some description, because if nothing else, to become well versed in magic, you need to be well versed in philosophy, in comparative religions, in history, in various different cultures and the nuances thereof, in something resembling like herbalism, in something resembling medieval history or blacksmithing or some kind of construction along those lines. You need the rudiments of like magic is actually a very rarefied skill set, because not to say you can't do magic without all of the bells and whistles. Like, for example, there are voodoo practitioners who practice nothing but voodoo and are very, very good at voodoo and so on. And there are people like that in every subculture. But to truly like understand the underlying universalities of magic, you need at least a little bit of everything. And in order to understand magic as a like phenomenon or magic as a field of study, magic by its very nature does have its fingers in all the other human pies: history, philosophy, science, mathematics, linguistics, culture, like there is not a part of human civilization that does not owe some debt to magic and does not therefore go on to inform further magic and vice versa. So yeah, it is actually good for you to be able to do basically comparative philosophizing and understanding how different worldviews can be partially true, partially false, and how they can interact with each other and so on. So yeah, no, I realize you're taking the piss, but at this point I'm putting my goddamn foot down. You do actually need some level of erudition to even conceive of magic, especially in the modern world, where basically the rank and file normie just takes a, just
I mean,
mocks magic and
don't-
whether it exists or not.
Big question here. Say one of these guys here was to try to attempt a spell, say summoning of some kind.
Okay.
How bad would it be if they had not done the proper prep work and study?
If they jumped right to summoning, there are basically two options. Either nothing would happen because they couldn't make the summoning work, period, or they would summon some eldritch emanation from beyond the stars. Especially if they came to it with this kind of cavalier, I'm just taking the piss attitude of I imagine them standing there and like in the midst of reading the incantation, they just burst out laughing and start going like Ia Ia Cthulhu Fhtagn or something because they think it sounds silly, or like abracadabra or some shit, and then they summon something and those are the only two options. Either basically they completely crap out because they couldn't get the machinery of the summoning to work for them to begin with. They couldn't turn it on, for lack of a better word. Because as I've often said, I view magical rituals as a kind of machinery. But assuming they could get some kind of summoning turned on, like get the machinery to do something, that machinery is going to blow up in their fucking face, and if they're doing a summoning, they're gonna wind up possessed by some shit. Most likely. Like, those are the options. Either they make it completely unscathed because they couldn't get the summoning to even work, or they wind up basically destroying themselves. Either of which would be somewhat funny, although I almost want the second option to happen, because if nothing happens, they're going to do the classic midwit thing of, I tried one spell that was far too advanced for me and nothing happened, therefore all of this magic must be bunk. Dickheads.
Fair enough. Okay. So the movie's about taking the piss with a Ouija board and any of the horror movies, sort of, right?
With the Ouija board, no. With a Ouija board, like, you can basically just play with it and have nothing happen, and no one is the wiser, because there's not actually much in the way of connectivity to a Ouija board. So like any connectivity, as in like interdimensional or spiritual connectivity to a Ouija board or stuff you're gonna bring with you. So you could basically just effectively never switch the Ouija board on, again using my mechanical analogy, and nothing would happen. But if you somehow were to switch it on and fuck around, then yeah, you might be screwed.
Yeah. All right. But I do agree with you, Don. The blatant, like, they're taking the piss and the kind of disrespect they're giving it. Like anything, any form of study, which, yes, magic is a form of study, not debate that. It is.
Mm-hmm.
Requires hard work, patience, and persistence for you to be to learn it and do it well. Do it well.
Yeah.
And
which isn't to say also that there aren't plenty of new agey fluffy bunnies who are completely useless. Like there are plenty of wannabe magical practitioners who do not get any results whatsoever because they are shit. You can be bad at magic, and there are times when it can have explosive results, but there are also times where your magic will just crap out because you're not good at it. And most of the like new agey fluffy bunny types are in that second category. They will never be able to make magic happen because they are not good at magic or the underlying like mechanics of magic. That's why I take magic so seriously, because I don't want to fuck around and, you know, blow up, but I also don't want to fuck around and think I'm some powerful magical badass when I have managed to do nothing.
You could also accidentally piss something off if you fucked up enough. You could piss something off.
Yeah, you could basically insult an entity by not taking anything seriously, and then it goes from I was a stupid new agey fluffy bunny to I got possessed by a demon right quick. Although those people tend to convert to fundamentalist Christianity really quick after that, because they assume that it's not them that fucked up, it's that magic itself is evil or some shit.
What is the prime example you use for when someone fucked up with magic? TikTok witches.
Yeah, the let's hex the moon and kill off a bunch of the little folk and piss off the fairy queens. That's totally not going to bite us in the ass. Oh no! Three of us got stage 4 cancer and one of us got in a paralytic car wreck. Who could have seen this coming? Everyone all the time, because you don't fuck with the fairy queen. You moron.
Seriously,
Yeah.
who the fuck hexes the moon? Like, even if I was a novice, I'd know that's a stupid fucking idea.
Given how much spell work relies on the moon, you'd have to be remarkably selfish and stupid to even assuming it could work, which, considering the moon is basically a giant magic crystal, it's just basically going to tank any energy thrown at it most of the time. Which is why there are no like negative repercussions to them hexing the moon, because their hex wasn't powerful enough to stick or not be reabsorbed by the moon's background magic to begin with. But that's not it. It'd be like trying to set the sun on fire with a candle flame or some shit. That's basically the equivalent of what they did. But even assuming they could have made something stick to the moon long term, goody for you. You now have the entire magical community on the planet pissed off at you because the moon is a crucial part of their spell work, and you now fucked up.
Anyway, that's tangent there. Anyway,
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Is there an obstacle course that you've got to get?
I don't know, but they're saying that you will learn to be flexible and agile. Because
is that when you're running away from all the jihadis that want to cut off your head for being a heathen?
Reason is an order. It has to do with order and structure. Magic is a bit more dynamic. So
no, it really isn't. There are some versions of magic that are less formal, like folk magic, but it's funny. The less formal you make the magic, the more primal you make the magic, the more likely you are to have explosive results, frankly. And the more formal you make the magic, the more potent you make the magic, and therefore the more likely you are to make something go boom. But in any case, whether it's, you know, the backwoodziest of backwoods, you know, hoodoo or conjure, or it's the most formal of, Golden Dawn ritual structure. There is no version of magic that is not on some level rational. There are magical practitioners or wannabe magical practitioners who don't view magic as rational, and some of them even manage to get some kind of result, but they're not in any way reliable or respectable, and neither usually are their results. As a general rule, just because magic is not scientific does not mean it is not rational. And you would be hard-pressed to find a lifelong, serious practitioner who doesn't have some rationale for how the spells work. Be it the energy model, be it the vibration model, be it the spirit model, and by the way, these models aren't necessarily exclusive to each other. Usually, you have a multifaceted model of it's a little bit of everything that goes on because everything is to some degree a variable. But every serious practitioner has some kind of rationale for how their spells work, and if you ask them, they would sit there and explain it to you. Now, some people are naturally gifted and lucky, so they don't often get to the point of having or needing a model. The lackadaisical psychic type, the Sylvia Browns, and frankly sometimes the Chrono, because Chrono sometimes doesn't even know how his own magic works, and he will admit to this, but that's neither here nor there. But as a general rule, magic is a rational practice. Whether you choose to see it as an extension of the sciences or not, magic is a highly rational practice. It just isn't a scientific one. Usually. Again, there are people who try to square that circle. Those people are varying degrees of either annoying, confused, or just just edgelords. But moving on.
Moving on. Definitely.
Yeah, Jack-o'-lanterns.
Maybe at some point they won't be very adhering to the program, to the schedule, because all that is just reason and order. Just F that.
Is this like African American time? Is that a similar sort of concept?
I don't know, but you will also learn to be agile by pursuing this degree. Because maybe
Obviously, they mean mentally agile, and yes, that is a somewhat hipstery way of phrasing that. But don't act like you guys never use lofty, abstract, or academic language, you assholes.
So, I was going to say, and feel free to correct me on this, doesn't magic require, like, various forms of magic, or magic overall, require a certain level of physical energy?
Well, yes. I mean, in most forms of magic boil down on some level to the use of spiritual or metaphysical life force energy. Be it the chi in Chinese culture, or the prana in like Hindu culture, be it the spiritus in the Greco-Roman context. Believe one of the African words for it is miyama. Then there's, of course, the Polynesian mana, from which D&D gets the word mana, and so on. Like, most forms of magic on some level boil down to either directly manipulating spiritual energy or using that spiritual energy to interact with spirits, i.e. spiritual entities, and having them basically act as intermediaries. I believe one of the terms in voodoo is the Metet, which is basically similar to like a personal guardian angel or a Greco-Roman daimon spirit, like a personal daimon, but it's basically like an intermediary spirit that some practitioners of like voodoo and hoodoo and conjure basically view as an intermediary to their spell work. But that's getting into far too many logistics. But the point they're making is, yes, there are the point these guys are making is yes, there are hipstery coffee shop twits who basically view magic as nothing but a political tool or a contrary framework to the Western way of thinking. But there is no serious magical practitioner who doesn't view magic as varying degrees of rational. Whether they choose to try and square the circle of magic v science is a completely different issue. I personally consider that to be a folly, but I consider magic and science to be separate parts of reality, or frameworks for dealing with separate parts of reality, and therefore they don't need to cross over. They can simply coexist as two separate parts of the same universe. But there are people who try to square that circle. But every serious magic practitioner on some level, even if they're highly religious in the way they do their magic, work through a almost mechanical rationale. That's why ritual work. That's why spells have recipes and shite. Because it's a rational, mechanical. Okay, how it's basically the best way I can frame magic is it is to spirituality what engineering is to the sciences.
Awesome.
But yeah, moving forward. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Casting spells.
You could have dodged them, right?
You've got to dodge some spells, but also you need to do some weird stuff. More of that in a bit. Now, you will also work on your motivation and self-awareness.
You definitely need to work on your self-awareness.
Say no to naysayers. Okay?
My dude, awareness of the self is not the same as awareness of the world. Granted, speaking as someone who studied magic and occultism and esotericism for 17 freaking years of his life, I would say you need a little bit of both to be to actually be functional and good at magic. But you just straight up missed the entire point of what the person was saying. Self-awareness and awareness of the world are not the same thing. Which, ironically, kind of implies to me that you lack the self-awareness to actually engage with what you're actually reading. But I'm Ching.
I don't got anything. So, in a minute. Another one?
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Anyway, so it seems to me that this is a good degree. And as the leader of the course said, a recent surge in interest in magic and the occult inside and outside of academia lies at the heart of the most urgent questions of our society.
Really?
Decolonization, the exploration of alternative epistemologies.
Okay, one of those things has nothing to do with the other. It is good and rational and healthy to engage with alternative epistemologies, but it has nothing whatsoever to do with colonization or social justice. Nothing. Niet. Nil point. No thing. Nothing whatsoever. You can engage rationally with alternative epistemologies without ever having anything to do with decolonization or social justice. This is a point that I will agree with the Lotus Eaters on. Even as I defend the rational nature of and the importance of studying and engaging with magic as a worldview and so on and so forth. Even I, as a magical practitioner, want no part of that social justice toothpaste to make it into my peanut butter, my magical peanut butter.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Okay, I think I get it. The analogy you had.
It's partially an analogy and partially a reference to SpongeBob. You got your toothpaste in my peanut butter. The idea, of course, being that those two things do not go together. Now,
Right,
mind
no.
you, I don't like social justice, period. So comparing its utility to toothpaste is overly charitable to social justice. I think it's more like you got your anthrax in my peanut butter if we take into account the poisonous nature and intellectual dishonesty of social justice. But I hope the point is made that I, as a 17, as someone who at the age of 28 has spent 17 years studying various different kinds of magic and occultism and esotericism from all over the world and from all different points in history, I want nothing to do with social justice. I am an anti-social justice advocate. I am an anti-SJW, and I will as ever be. Because social justice is just a modern day version of moralistic authoritarianism. And just like I don't like the tradcon evangelical family values kind of moral authoritarianism or moralism, I don't like social justice either. And social justice can get fucked. But that's neither here nor there. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Feminism and anti-racism are at the core of this program.
Oh, it got lame so quickly.
Sorry.
You'd slap the table
No,
there.
it's just no. Now there are some naysayers like Catherine Burble-Singh. I hope I pronounced it
Verbal
correctly.
sing, I think.
She says
I'm confused what Blam has anything to do with anything. Dragon Turtle. Please explain.
Gunshot, dude.
Oh yes. I suppose. But in any case, make magic anti-social justice again.
I don't really have anything to say at this point in juncture because they're not really saying really anything.
But yeah, jack-o'-lanterns.
we have moved beyond the realms of lunacy, but I like looking at opportunities. I don't like looking at negativity. I want positive stuff. So I still want you to not be disincentivized to pursue this degree because there are plenty of reasons why.
Because of course anti-racism and decolonization are just topics so close to my heart, you know.
I appreciate the sarcasm. The sarcasm is warranted here. And we will pursue the rest of that video next week. There's even more to unravel in the second half. We haven't even gotten to the thing that basically broke me and made me insist we had to cover this yet.
Damn it.
So will Stelios and Josh survive the rage of the authenticator? Find out next week on the podcast of the storm.
It would help if you had a more gravelly and deeper voice for the reference.
Yes, I know. I don't have a nice like Silver Age comic book show narrator voice, but
Right. Okay.
y'all know y'all know what I was doing.
Yeah. So yeah, I do think we're going to finish this article, which would be something of it is positive. Like I got two
Yeah,
positives.
it's definitely positive.
Okay.
Guillermo del Toro is rarely ever not a win. So
So that's from Twitter.com. Christoph Waltz joins Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. Star-studded cast includes Andrew Garfield, Mia Goth, and Oscar Isaac.
so far, the best actor in this movie is actually Christoph Waltz. I kind of hope he is Victor Frankenstein in this version, because
Wait, what's wrong with the others?
Hmm?
What's wrong with the others?
Hmm?
What's wrong with the other cast?
I'm not saying the other cast is bad. I'm just saying the best person cast here is Christoph Waltz.
Am I coming through quiet or anything? Like
You were muffled there for a second, and the screen is buffering like a mad person. I will dip out and come back in and see if that helps.
Okay. How's it going, Dan Turtle? I'm doing good. All right. Yeah, don't. Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me? Am I coming through okay?
Yes. Now you are coming through fine.
Okay. So moving forward, big picture, I guess we were going to go with. Guillermo del Toro has finally given the chance to make this his long-awaited adaptation of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, a project he's been wanting to do for 50 years. Yeah.
I mean, I've been saying since Shape of Water, I want him to do an entire like monsters universe. Like that should be the universe that Universal makes. It should be like um versions of monster movies where the monster is the good guy, directed by Guillermo del Toro.
I mean, they did try that, but it went the superhero route.
I mean yes, but I don't mean in the we need to literally rip off Marvel and turn them into superheroes. I mean, tell the monster
I
stories, but tell them in the same way that Shape of Water was Creature of the Black Lagoon if the creature was the good guy and the alleged hero was the bad guy.
I wouldn't have minded if Universal did like a superhero monster universe. They actually put in the fucking effort.
Yeah, no, it very much is an effort thing. Like, can you imagine if they had the foresight to get like Mike Mignola in to write it?
Don't ever tempt me with something so awesome.
Like like and speaking of Guillermo del Toro, imagine a MonsterVerse written by Mike Mignola and directed by Guillermo del Toro.
You should have a monster universe. Give them a monster role anime universe. What? I don't. Is that a reference to something that we don't know about, or are you making a joke? I'm not sure on that.
Oh, I think he's just referencing the cringiness of the internet. Like instead of like what we were thinking, like a badass like action horror / like drama universe, it would be like an anime universe with like Monster High style anime girls.
Monster High is pretty cool though. I grew up watching that, so
I
it was past your time.
I don't have any opinions when it looks cringy from the outside, but then again, what doesn't? So I will withhold my judgment. I do know they're making live action versions.
Oh no, the
and
live action shit. I fully admit that from everything I've seen of it. What the first generation stuff like that, the first outing of Monster High, I think is good for the most part. It's
the only thing I could tell you from the trailer for the sequel to the live action one is that the jock named Heath, who has fire powers, is cute.
The cast of the film, which includes Andrew Garfield, Mia Goth, and Oscar Isaac, now also includes Christoph Waltz, who will add an extra edge to the already fantastic Four group. Thor's passion for monsters and his ability to infuse them with something more than just horror makes him the perfect director to take on Frankenstein. And he will also be writing the screenplay for it. Oh, that's fun. Well, obviously.
That's just correct. I mean, the man won an Oscar for telling a version of The Creature from the Black Lagoon where the creature was the good guy. So, if Guillermo del Toro says, "I want to make a monster movie," you say, "How much do I make the check out for?" And then you leave him to his own devices.
You know, he eventually set up for the Dark Universe's Frankenstein too, which is supposed to be like a love story with the Bride of Frankenstein. Well,
you know, I would love a version of Frankenstein that finally actually adapted the monster from the book. Cause God, they like I know the like mumbling corpse is iconic because 1940s version and everything, but the version from the book is just awesome. For those that don't know, the premise of the book basically, and I don't know if this is supposed to be thematically what happened, or I don't know, nor do I give a shit what Mary Shelley was going for thematically, but basically the premise is that Victor Frankenstein wanted to create a perfect being, and he used bits and pieces of the corpses of people to basically try and create new life in his goal to create basically what amounted to a perfect being. And the twist, insofar as there is a twist, is that he actually succeeded to create more or less the perfect being. But because of the hack job that was how he was assembled, i.e., basically because he's ugly, because his father put him together a little bit screwy, no one can tell that he's basically a perfect being, and thereby abuse him, and it turns him into the monster that everyone is so worried he will be.
I mean, I think Penny Dreadful with Caliban did actually pretty good job, both in design and character.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever seen that show, Don?
I have seen Penny Dreadful, although be it only a couple episodes. It seemed like the kind of show I would get into. I just haven't yet.
That's weird. I always thought you watched it day one when it came out a decade ago.
Yeah, people said the same thing about American Horror Story, and it took me until just like 3 years ago to finally get into American Horror Story. So I'm occasionally late to the party about things. But no, Dragon Turtle, no. For all intents and purposes, the monster, the monster is more or less a perfect being. He just happens to be in a mangled shell, and people see the mangled shell, and they assume he must be a monster. And it basically, the fact that everyone, including his own creator / father, think of him as a monster drives him insane to the point that he becomes the monster they fear.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, this is like what the alternate title for Frankenstein, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, is the modern Prometheus.
Yes, because Victor Frankenstein was trying to steal the ability to create life from God, effectively, hence the subtitle. But no, he actually basically did want to create the perfect being. And the irony is that he more or less succeeded. The monster is superhumanly strong, is superhumanly intelligent, philosophical. He waxes lyrical about ethics and morality and the soul and so on, and all the rest of it. But because the way he moves and the way he's put together, which by the way is his fucking father's fault, is alien to humans, including his father, and there's something that rubs people the wrong way about having created life. No one actually notices that he's basically the perfect being, and they treat him like a monster. And mind you, as much as the monster is a successful example of how to create a perfect being, it is also a new being who is basically, despite having the intelligence of the most erudite philosopher you could ever possibly imagine, despite having a brain like a supercomputer, it's still a child. And so it seeks to bond with its parent, it seeks to bond with its father, and its father freaks the fuck out and tells it to get the fuck out, and no one else is willing to give him a chance, and so eventually it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, whereby everyone assumes he must be a monster, and he eventually becomes one. The quote from the monster specifically is, I have rage, or no, it's, I have love in me the likes of which you could not imagine, and rage the likes of which you would not believe. If I cannot indulge the one, then I will if I cannot give voice to the one, I will indulge the other. I probably butchered that, but that's basically the quote from the monster. The idea being is he actually wants to do good by the world, but no one ever goddamn gives him a shot because his father stitched him together from rotting corpses, and so he looks ugly. And that, combined with the fact that he was created in a non-traditional or heretical way, is enough for everyone to assume he must have no soul, despite the fact that he has the erudition and soul of a romantic philosopher.
Anyway, moving on. The cast of Guillermo del Toro's long and the worst adaptation of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. He's adding more A-list talent to the mix. As part of his 10th anniversary IMAX 3D screening of Pacific Rim, the director was in attendance for an exclusive Q&A after the film, during which he was asked about what film is next on his list. While discussing a forthcoming horror film, he briefly ran into the cast, including the previously mentioned Andrew Garfield, Mia Goth, and Oscar Isaac, as well as one newcomer who hadn't yet appeared in the report, Academy Award winner Christoph Waltz.
Okay, I want to know. The only thing I'm curious about, because this cast is a good cast, I have no worries about this cast. My question is, who is playing who? And most importantly, who is playing Adam? Who is playing the monster?
We'll have to wait. It might be pretty early on in. Yeah.
Well, if they're just now getting the cast together, I'm sure it's still early on in the process. I assume that that Christoph is going to be playing Victor Frankenstein, and
Why don't you
if I had my druthers, it would be Andrew Garfield playing the monster.
No, Walton. I would honestly assume the ship hand.
Oh, right, the one that the monster is basically telling the story to, more or less after the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Victor tells him the story of his and dies, and then the monster regales him with his side of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, I do like that the story is basically the monster basically flashing back to his own life story.
Yeah.
For the most part. Obviously, there are other bits, like the bits that focus on Victor or that are from Victor's perspective specifically. Yeah. But the irony of Frankenstein is always, of course, that for all that we call the monster, the villain of the piece is actually humanity itself.
I'm doing Frankenstein. We're working on it. We start shooting in February, and it's a movie I've been wanting to do for 50 years since I saw the first Frankenstein. I had an epiphany, and it's basically a movie that required a lot of growth and a lot of tools that I could have done 10 years ago. Now I'm brave or crazy enough for something, and we're going to tackle it. Oscar Isaac and Christoph Waltz, Mia Goth, and we're working on it. Yeah, I could totally see Christoph Waltz as Victor Frankenstein, because Victor Frankenstein's supposed to be like German, right?
Or somewhere in there, it certainly fits Christoph's.
There's literally, and people look this up. There is a Castle Frankenstein in Germany, and there is a guy there was like a German alchemist / like philosopher / something
who wanted to create life using magic, which honestly I wouldn't put it past Guillermo to 86 the lightning thing, because that was an invention of the 40s movie. Because the thing is, the novel actually never goes into the process by which the monster is created, but Guillermo del Toro is honestly cut from a similar cloth as myself, in a way that he loves like the old school like freak show / like Cabinet of Curiosity type thing. He likes that sort of Age of Exploration mysticism vibe. So I could see him actually retconning Shelley's novel slightly and returning Frankenstein to its mystical roots, which obviously from me would get nothing but praise, especially if they allow the monster to actually be the quasi perfect being in a ugly, misshapen body that he's supposed to be.
Granto, I'm pretty sure there were several cultures who were very innocent besides being associated with Victor. Actually, you can say mankind was the bad guy, and presumably the monster the hero.
But the thing, Dragon Turtle, is this is the source material for the source material, so I don't mind it, actually.
Honestly, if I had my way, I would combine both ways of the monster being created. I find a way to combine both, some way, somehow.
I mean, that's also possible too. I just know Guillermo del Toro well enough, and I know how much he loves.
I'm not saying that's what he'd do. I'm saying that's what I'd do if I wanted to make a Frankenstein.
Yeah, I know, but I could easily see him going, oh wait, Mary Shelley based this on an existing folktale about a German alchemist who used magic to create a homunculus.
But,
let's go with that.
Well, okay, little sidebar. I think we've had discussions before, but I don't mind changing bits of the source material to better fit an adaptation, as long as, again, you don't fuck with the core of the source material.
Well, that and
Like kind of,
can you actually improve on the source material?
yeah,
That's my threshold. Create something equal to or greater than the source material, and the changes are fine. Create something worse than the source material, or that is anathema to the source material, and then you will get fucked with red hot pokers.
That's no, Van, not at all what I meant.
Again, Dragon Turtle, reimagining in and of itself is not a bad thing. And honestly, in cases like this, knowing that Mary Shelley had source material from which she was drawing from actually shows a more three-dimensional understanding of the source material rather than someone just being superficial about the source material. So it's not just taking the source material and playing with it willy-nilly. It's effectively almost reverse engineering the source material and bringing back bits of it that Mary Shelley might have left out. In fairness, Dragon Turtle, there have been so many versions of Frankenstein at this point that honestly, I don't know what else you could do to Frankenstein, or rather, I should rephrase. There are plenty of other things I'm sure you could do with Frankenstein, but in terms of Guillermo del Toro's interests and skill sets, this idea of mine to basically go back to the source material of the source material and take inspiration from it seems to be the thing that would fit him best. The only other thing I could see him doing, because he has been Guillermo, I love him, but he's been brain rot by social justice and the whole Antifa argument so bad that he literally set his version of Pinocchio in Mussolini's Italy to make fascism comparisons. So those are the only two options. Either he goes with his the core of his identity, which is take inspiration from the source material of the source material, which would be the good ending, the good version, or we're going to get a version of Frankenstein that constantly whines about racial purity and how Frankenstein was basically a Nazi for trying to create the perfect being. And I don't want that, Dragon Turtle. I don't want that.
Anyway, moving on, because we literally actually have one. Walt, of course, recently linked up with the director on his stop motion darling, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, where he played the ruthless Count Volpe. Volpe, I think. Beyond that connection, he's a fantastic actor known primarily for his ability to play villains like the iconic Hans Wanda, and from Inglourious Basterds, or the menacing Regis Passoff in his recent series of Sultan. That said, he's also brought life to some genuinely wonderful characters like Dr. Clinton Schultz from Bingo Unchained. Doesn't know what role he or most of the cast for that matter will play, but Wolf adds an extra edge for Frankenstein's already fantastic horror.
Dragon Turtle, there's an aspect to this which is a bit of a straw man, in that there has only really been one great adaptation of Lord of the Rings, and that is the Peter Jackson ones. If Lord of the Rings becomes one of those things that everyone revisits at some point in their culture or in their career, excuse me, then maybe you might have a point. But as far as we know, there's only been one noteworthy version of Lord of the Rings, if you don't count the animated Bakshi ones. Two if you count those. So like, whereas Frankenstein has been being adapted since the silent era and has what, like 80, 90, 100, how many hundreds of versions of Frankenstein are we dealing with? If you actually go through and figure out how many different versions of Frankenstein we've gone with, is it completely infeasible to look at the actual source material, which is something that doesn't often happen in Frankenstein adaptations, and then notice, because you're a good scholar or because you care about literature or what have you, that there is an actual story that Mary Shelley based her story on. Not to mention that too is a bit of a straw man. It's not like there are specific references to Thor in Lord of the Rings. What Tolkien took from Lord of the Rings was the ethos of the Norse sagas. So there isn't a one-to-one Thor XP in Lord of the Rings, but there is a one-to-one relationship or something approximating it between the original German folktale that was set at Castle Frankenstein and the tale that Mary Shelley wrote. And given that she originally wrote it as a ghost story to compare with her friends at a get together they were having on Halloween to tell ghost stories together, is it against the ethos of the thing to go back to that, acknowledge that was why she wrote it. She wrote it as a ghost story, and that she was basing it on a pre-existing folktale.
It's already 12 o'clock. I am tired. I've been looking at this article. If you guys want to hash this out, like in Discord or something, please go ahead.
Yeah, we probably will. There's probably like 3 things we need to talk about because there were 3 things we decided to put on hold for later. But first, yeah, we do have to end the show.
Del Toro is the perfect person to tackle Frankenstein. Frankenstein has been a passion project for Del Toro, who has been. Wait, don't apologize, John. So it's fine. Like, I don't mind you guys.
No. You're fine. As usual, I expect there's some way in which we're talking past each other, and we will come to a greater respect for each other's position once we actually talk it out. But that will happen after the stream and after I get a chance to use the bathroom, because when I left earlier, I didn't actually end up going, which is annoying.
Okay. Frankenstein has been a passion project for Del Toro, who has been writing an adaptation for years now, and previously told the original story in his favorite novel in the world. He's the perfect director to take on the structures of Project 2. Toro loves his monstrous creatures that he can infuse with something more than horror. Whether that's in the 2017 Best Picture winner Shape of Water, the 2006's Pan's Labyrinth, the aforementioned Pinocchio might be the best example of this. His rendition of the classic puppet tale is a darker one that fully understands similarities to Frankenstein, especially with how Geppetto plays God to try and resurrect his son in a less than human form.
No, it wasn't Geppetto that played God. It was definitely the fairy with the turquoise hair, aka the Blue Fairy. I don't know if you were paying attention to that version of Pinocchio, if that's what you took from it. And 2, the biggest problem with the reason why you're wrong, the reason why Shape of Water or Pan's Labyrinth or Hell, even his 2 Hellboy, well, 4 Hellboys if you count the animated ones he did. But yeah, no, his Pinocchio is not by any stretch of the imagination his best work, because Guillermo del Toro has caught the social justice / Antifa brain rot and thinks that fascism is newly on the rise in the Western world, and therefore had to sidetrack his version of Pinocchio by setting it in Mussolini's goddamn Italy.
Whatever. Anyway, shall we? In addition to
Yep.
directing, Del Toro is also writing the screenplay for Frankenstein and will undoubtedly bring his own twist on the legendary Gothic tale, while keeping its core foundation about a monster that isn't as monstrous as we see. The project is being developed at Netflix, where he previously brought to life Pinocchio as well as the successful horror anthology Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities. So,
Okay.
Oh,
Thing about the Cabinet of Curiosities, because I actually finally did watch them. It's better than I thought it was going to be, but speaking of the aforementioned Guillermo del Toro has brain rot thing, the very first episode of Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities, which he directed, is the main character of the very first Cabinet of Curiosities story is such a quote unquote alt-right straw man. It makes it almost insufferable. The actual supernatural part of it, the actual story part of the story is fine. But for some reason he decided to make the main character a straw man of basically every Trump supporter / anti-SJW in existence. And I hate it. I hate that one of the greatest minds in cinematic history has so much been brain rotted by the social justice and the anti-fascists and everything else. I hate it. I hate it so much because Guillermo is a genius regardless, but he would be so much more a genius if he could just let go of the moral panic of the modern age.
They'll reunite with renowned composer and frequent collaborator Alexandre Desplat for the score, and also produced with another usual partner of his, Gary Ungar. With a team and cast coming together, everything is falling into place for the highly anticipated project to begin filming in February. Okay.
I am excited for this. Please don't make it a Nazi allegory, Guillermo. Please don't make Victor a Nazi because he's trying to create the perfect being from genetic scratch. Please.
Honestly, if I would have a monster movie set in World War II, and I think I told Dawn about this story once, just before we end things. It would center around Joseph of Prague, the Golem.
Yeah, somebody needs to make a version of the Golem. Honestly, I'd like to see Guillermo. Although being as Guillermo is Guillermo, I'm sure that his version of Frankenstein will also take influence from the Golem of Prague. It would surprise me if it didn't. I just really hope it's not a Victor is a proto-Nazi because he wants to create the perfect being herder.
Okay. And for those who don't know, Joseph of Prague is a golem that what was his name? The rabbi, a specific rabbi of Prague, created it to defend the people of Prague, the Jewish people of Prague.
Yeah, he used Kabbalistic magic to create a giant golem, which then went on to fight Nazis because badassery. Unfortunately, it also got kind of addicted to the fighting and became too strong to control, and so they ended up having to basically mystically decommission it.
Yeah. There was also one idea I'd had that was just like a fun little like action movie adventure, like Indiana Jones meets Evil Dead, where it was Bigfoot versus the Third Reich. I scrapped that idea a long time ago, though.
Yes, there is a story in Jewish folklore where a rabbi helped prevent Prague from being invaded by the Nazis by conjuring up a golem, which then
that story that golem was created actually like centuries before that.
Yeah, it's not the first time that it's been like I believe that it was created something like 3 or 4 centuries before then, but
Uh,
there are stories that suggest they brought it out of retirement for
Also, I think the golem.
no,
I think the golem is just a really interesting part of like Jewish mythology, just because
well it's I mean yes it's not actually a thing unique to Jewish mythology though. Constructed beings like that are rather commonplace
yeah,
in ancient folklore. But yes, the Golem of Prague is badass because Golem of Prague.
Yosef actually. That's literally his name.
Yeah, they did name him. You're right. I just normally think of him as the Golem, even though that is somewhat silly considering that the creation of golems is a common thing within like Kabbalistic magic.
Anyway, folks, with that, all that, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Fuck off.